name is Ann Jewell. I am the president and CEO of the Governor's School for Entrepreneurs.
And I'm Erica Russ-Pennington, and I am the program director, and have spoken with most all of you before today, but really excited to see you all this morning.
We are delighted to welcome you to Demo Day 2023 for GSE. Let's hear it already. Yes, absolutely. Just last year, I was sitting where you are. As a viewer, I was interested in the organization and maybe getting involved. And my first demo day, I was absolutely blown away. I know you are going to be blown away today, too. It is amazing. It's emotional. I laughed, I cried, I was impressed, and my child wasn't even up here on stage. So just you wait. Get ready, everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. Very, very excited. I want to just talk to you a little bit about, for those of you joining us, maybe some of you family friends that don't know about GSE. This is us by the numbers. After this summer, we will have over 800 young entrepreneurs who have gone through our program. Over 30 LLCs and several patents have been filed in our 10 years. And over $5 million worth of scholarship opportunities are available to our E's, which is very, very exciting, and one of the most exciting numbers on that screen, therefore. So, yeah, that is us by our numbers, and now we celebrate 10 years.
Yes, another big number for us. 10 years, a decade of the Governor's School for Entrepreneurs. Right on, yes. Back in 2013, we started with 49 students. They had 12 teams, came out of that, and here we are with our 10th year, our largest class ever. It's going to be 200 students by the time that we're done, that we're accepted this year into GSE. And just you wait and see what they've come up with. I mean, when I look back over those past 10 years, which you're going to see some pictures of that a little later on during lunch, it's amazing to me the process that we've gone through and how just consistent it's been and what we've been able to produce out of it. And the notion of driving that economic growth across the entire state of Kentucky, I think, is one of the things I love about GSE, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an incredible program, and we'll talk a little bit about the overview of the day. We've got 20 teams going today, and they will be delivering 8-minute pitches. And then after that, they will have a conversation with our lovely judges. And so we have a lot of teams to get through today. There are 5 E's on each of those teams. And a little bit about our space today. If you got an email from me about potential, extra space available, I want to let you all know that right behind me through these doors is the governance room, and that is where the event will be live streamed. So you can definitely, if you want to step out into that room at any point, or if it gets too crowded in here, but we're looking good at this point, but at any point, we do have extra seats back there. And also, during the day, during lunch, there will be some box lunches set up behind me, and also outside in the lobby, right where you all came in through those doors.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your role today, because it's a fun one. We need you to bring the energy, the compassion, the engagement here today. And the love that's in the room, I feel it already, and it's just going to come bursting out, I know. Our student entrepreneurs, our E's, as we love to call them, they've got all kinds of emotions going on right now, and they've been working so hard these 3 weeks. Let me tell you, you're going to be so proud of them. They're a little nervous coming in, but we just need you to be there with them every step of the way. They'll enter back here, and they'll come up right down through this row here, and we're right there with them, right? Like if one of them teeters a little, goes down up here on stage, whatever, falters, we're all there with them, and we're going to lift them right back up. That's with right. A lot of love and support and enthusiasm.
Yes,
absolutely.
I'd like to, introduce you to our judges. We have Justin Otto here. He is with the Economic and Community Development Director at Campbell County Fiscal Court. There's Justin. We also have Rashmi Asudani. She is the Associate Provost of Academic Affairs and the Chair of Management and Entrepreneurship Department at Xavier University. And last but certainly not least, we have Robert Lamoth, and he is the president of Commonwealth Seed Capital. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. We are going to, without further ado, go ahead and kick it off and right on schedule. So we will turn it over to our team lead to introduce, actually, I want to explain that. Yeah, so every staff member that will introduce the teams before they come in is their team leader. So it is one of our staff members who kind of helped them craft their ideas. We have instructional coaches and then team leads who are college-aged entrepreneurship, college-age students who are studying entrepreneurship to also help your students. So their team leaders will be introducing each team before they come up. So without further ado, let's get started.
Here we go, Demo Day 2023.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Devin Bowling, and I've been a team leader for this session at GSE. And I would love to introduce our first team, Salus.
Year, this man entered a Portland, Maine school building. Once he was inside, he made his way to the women's restroom. No one had seen him at this point. He there interacted with a middle school age student. He asked her if she wanted to use his clean heroin needles. The girl was frightened, as one would be, and went straight to the school administration office. There, they alerted the officials. However, by the time the administrators got to the restroom, the man was gone. No one had seen him except the girl and the security cameras. Hi, I'm Maddie Claire. This is Luke, Kylie, Shritika, and Grant.
And we are Team Salus. Here at Salus, we believe that every student is entitled to a safe and secure learning environment. As 5 high school students, we've seen the problems rising within our own school systems. In fact, in the school year of 2022 alone, there was 46 school-related shootings. Although we need a solution that's not going to fix just for school shootings. No, we need a solution that's going to fix for all school safety concerns. In fact, a national survey revealed that 77% of all high schools nationwide reported at least one criminal incident inside that school building, resulting to the 1.4 million incidents being reported in a single year. To reiterate, that is 1,400,000 incidents reported that are affecting students within just one school year. It's clear a solution needs to be found, which is why our team asked the question of how can we aid schools in managing their daily population in order to increase school safety.
In order to protect your kids, we have come up with a solution that has 3 key features to help identify intruders or unwanted personnel. First, IP cameras, which are available in most schools in Kentucky. Then, facial recognition, which will use machine learning software. And finally, cloud storage, so we can store digital IDs.
The first step is to download the mobile app. The mobile app will scan the student's face and register their face on the Salus software. Once they're registered on the Salus software, whenever they walk through the hallways, the cameras can recognize them as part of the school population. This application will be on the Google Play Store and the Apple Play Store. For example, if I was registered on the Salus software and if I walked through my own hallways, this camera would detect me and recognize me as Shrutika, and it would have no reaction. However, if it recognizes an unknown person, then it would raise a threat and immediately inform the nearest teacher, administrator, or SRO. However, an additional feature is that if I was recognized and I also had a life-threatening weapon, such as a gun, a needle, or a knife, then it would also raise the concern since that is also life-threatening. And this software is not just a fantasy, but it's actually reality. We at Salus have already developed this software. Here you can see the demo and how it detects my face and labels me with my name. However, when my friend walks into the frame, she is not registered with this software yet, so it labels her as unknown. If this was applied in the real life, then she would be raised as a threat and the teachers would be informed immediately.
While our competitors share some of the same factors, we are the only solution to use not only facial recognition, but pre-existing resources in schools to provide not only a real-time threat assessment, but made specifically for schools.
Now, let's talk about the market. Back in 2017, the school security market was only valued at $2.7 billion. Since then, the market has grown to $3.1 billion with a now 8% annual growth compared to the 1% back in 2017. Now is the perfect time to enter the market, as in addition, the federal government has also awarded over $410 million in grants for school districts like the one we're targeting to purchase our equipment. We plan to enter the market by targeting the 538 high schools here in the Commonwealth out of the 20,000 in the nation. We will be targeting them by going to Board of Education meetings, Homeland Security meetings, and any other type of conference where we can directly pitch our product to our consumer. We will be using a two-step pricing strategy. The first is a one-time purchase of $2,500. This will cover the initial installment fee and the software. Next will be an annual recurring subscription service of $4,500. This will cover any of the repairs, maintenance, and the cloud storage for all the digital IDs of every person in the school.
So what are the costs in starting up our business? Most of the costs come from app development and the software development, and a small portion for marketing. It totals up to about $100,000. The next cost is the variable cost, which is the cost that we incur for each product that we sell per school. Most of it comes from the employee to maintain and upgrade the software. And another portion comes from the Google Cloud that we provide to each school separately so that they can store the students' data. A small portion is for the installment fee. All of this roughly adds up to $3,500.
In our first year, we are confident that we can reach and sell to 10 different schools, earning a profit of over $45,000. In our second year, we believe that we can up the number of schools to 15, earning a profit of $63,000. When we achieve this goal, we will have successfully broke even after our second year in business.
Here at Salus, it's so vital to us that we get our feedback directly back to our company. We've reached out to experts and shared our solution of how we can make schools safer. The first being Carrie Eaton, a school resource officer for 14 years and a law enforcement officer of 43. He states that our solution is another way to prevent any type of intrusion, and that schools across the Commonwealth of Kentucky and across our nation should look into our solution. We also spoke to Tim Murley from the Green River Regional Educational Cooperative as the safety director for our local schools. He states that if any emergency situation inside a school were to happen, being able to know exactly who's inside the school at what time is priceless, and that our solution is vital. We also spoke to high school principal Amy Irwin, who states that schools are always looking for ways to protect their students and their schools, and says that our solution we brought all over the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
After implementing Salus Security into all high schools in Kentucky, we will then move on to middle schools, elementary schools, collegiate buildings, and high-traffic work locations to have not only high schools, but all schools in Kentucky be Salus secure.
Now, let's go back to the story in Portland, Maine. The man was identified as Jacob Harwich. However, he should have never had the opportunity to interact alone with a student in the restroom. If this school had Salus Secure software, this would never happen. He would have been identified as an intruder immediately, and correct actions could have been taken.
One last time, here at Salus, we truly believe that every student deserves to have a safe and secure learning environment. If you too believe in our mission, we ask for your support in Salus. If you'd like to follow along with our journey, we ask that you follow our social platforms and use our QR code to visit our landing page website. Thank you all, and God bless.
Hi there. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Enjoyed all of you all presenting to us. Curious, what does SALUS mean? Where did that name come from?
Okay, so Salus is actually the goddess of safety and security, so we wanted to do a little bit of play on words, and that way it's kind of like the protector of our schools or something. We wanted to use something different that's never been done before, and all of our branding, like the blue, it means comfort, and the shield just shows protection. So all over just a round security and safety feeling. Yeah, great question, thank you.
Hello? Hello? Good?
Yeah.
First of all, really great presentation. You guys did an awesome job. Way to start this day off with just some really great work. I think the first thing that came to mind is I'm sorry that you have to solve this problem. Like, this is the first thing that came up, is solving school safety. So thanks for taking the courage to try to work on this. Second, what laws around facial recognition have you found within the state of Kentucky or the United States?
That's a great question. We've actually asked a lot about the legal concerns. We've actually met with an attorney named Brisa Gardner. She works within my county, so I've been able to contact her. Facial recognition is just using different features on your face, similar to how you use your phone to log in. It's just using different patterns, and it sees the things on your face, and it recognizes that it's you. If this was to be implemented into school, it's 100% legal. We've double-checked and triple-checked to make sure. As long as this is not distributed to a third party, it's 100% legal. And as long as the students and the parents sign off in their school policy, which all schools are mandated to have, it's totally fine. And we do not have access to that information. It would all be at the cloud storage for that individual school.
I've got one quick follow-up question. You did great research. You looked at policymakers, practitioners. Have you talked to any legislators?
We actually had, actually I'll let someone else go. I've talked a lot.
So we were fortunate to have Andy Bashir come visit us about a week ago, and we talked with him, and he was very interested in what our software would be able to do. Our hope is that we would be able to market to different legislators and actually take our idea, because we believe they would be very interested in solving this problem, not just in Kentucky, but really in the entire nation.
Yeah, I want to echo what a wonderful way to start today, and again, extend apologies for you having to deal with this environment, but I'm confident and resolved that this generation, with your resolve and your innovation, will figure this problem out. You're closest to it, and just want to applaud you on your effort in this.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shab Tursanova, and I stand before you as a team leader of an incredible group of entrepreneurs. They have worked relentlessly and have poured so much passion into their business. So it's with great pride and excitement that I introduce you to A Step Ahead.
Hello, my name is Ainsley.
I'm Andrew. I'm Mon. And I'm Neil.
And my name is Cora. Imagine you get a call. Your little brother is missing. You don't know where, when, how, or why, and all you feel is sheer panic and terror, wondering that when you get home, if your little brother will still be there. You don't know what's going to happen, if he'll be okay, if you'll hear his laugh again, and all you're doing is waiting and waiting for a phone call that determines it all. That's the story of my little brother, Lyndon. Lyndon is autistic and nonverbal. Just after his 13th birthday, I almost lost my brother for good. No family should ever have to feel this pain. That's why me and my team are here. We provide the solution, a step ahead.
You may wonder about the scale of this problem. How many people are actually affected? Well, according to the Autism Awareness Association, 1 million children in the United States with autism go missing for extended periods of time, putting them in life-threatening situations. Among these 1 million children, just over 10,000 have tragically lost their lives in car accidents due to wandering or being lost. These alarming statistics highlight the urgent need to address this issue.
But we can help stop this problem with our product, A Step Ahead. Our product is a memory foam shoe sole with an embedded GPS tracker inside. The GPS tracker is strategically placed at the center of the sole, right under the arch of the foot, to maximize comfort for the user. Our GPS tracker is made out of copper tungsten alloy, which is a very resistant metal, but is very cheap. Our tracker is surrounded by a thick rubber coating, which makes our tracker more pressure resistant while also making it waterproof. One thing that is special about our tracker is the pressure activated plate, which will notify parents or guardians on our app when the shoe is put on or removed. And you are probably wondering how we will get our vision up and running. First, our company will source and produce our tracker. Then, we will obtain our soles from a French wholesale manufacturer. And finally, our company will package our product for sale. We hope to be a company that takes away the fear of what if.
On the screen, we have a mock-up of our app, showing our home screen and 4 of our key features. First of those being our resources page. This shows schools and doctors recommended by professionals and parents. Next, we have our community chat feed. This allows parents to ask questions and gain support and encouragement from others in similar positions. Next, we have our purchasing page. This shows the sole itself as well as all available sizing. We chose to use European sizing as it eliminates the extra cost of men and women's sizing. Finally, the main portion of our app, the tracking. This shows the wearer's live location as well as previous locations and trips. We have the emergency and pin button. The emergency button sends the wearer's location to the proper authorities. The pin button sends the wearer's location to 3 contacts of the user's choice.
Let me take you through our marketing sales plan. Our target market includes parents and caregivers who face the challenge of ensuring the safety and security of their children who have a tendency to wander off. Our production cost is $26 in total, $1 for the shoe sole, $20 for the tracker, and $5 for the shipping and packaging. We will advertise our company through nonprofit special need organizations such as Special Olympics, Autism Speaks, and Easter Seal. We'll be getting our sales from our app, school, hospital, and private organizations. Our revenue stream consists of a $5.99 monthly subscription. When you download the app, you'll get perks such as tracking, chat feed, and community services. Our second source of income is our shoe sole for $75. We also have a potential revenue with partnerships with schools, hospitals, doctors, and private organizations. As you see in front of you, this is our market segment. This analysis highlights the vast market potential in the special needs sector, with an estimated 11.2 million special needs kids in the United States at risk of wandering off. We aim to target 50% of those special need tracking users, with a potential revenue of $420 million. We aim to capture 20% within the United States for an achievable goal of $84 million. Our startup cost is $66,000, $26 for the production cost, $20,000 for facility cost, $15,000 for marketing, and $5,000 for warehouse storage. For our first 1,000 sold in our monthly subscription, we estimate to have $134,900 in profit. We will have a profit margin of 51%, and we plan to break even our 10th month from our company launch.
My team and I have identified 3 products we believe to be the 3 biggest competitors. On the left, you have Angel Sense, which is a handheld tracking device. In the middle, you have My Gator Watch, which is a wristband that also provides live tracking. And on the right, you have GPS Smart Sole, which product is most similar to ours. But let me tell you why our product is different and better than the ones I just mentioned. My team identified 5 features we prioritize with the development of our tracking product. First and foremost, we prioritize cost effectiveness. For example, you can buy 4 of our products before you've been able to afford 1 of the GPS Smart Sole. Our product is priced at $75, making it the cheapest option among our competitors. Despite the low price, our product is better than the competition. We understand the importance of affordability for our customers, considering the financial challenges they face every day in helping support their children's needs. Our commitment to affordability shows our dedication to these families while still ensuring high-quality solutions. A question you also may wonder is, why did you decide to make this product a shoe sole? Well, the answer to that question is simple, as 92% of special needs children have sensory issues with things like watches and handheld devices. Lastly, a unique part of our product, the pressure point effect. One common concern raised about our product is, what if the child were to just take their shoe off? In response, our team has designed a pressure plate within the sole. This innovation immediately alerts the parent with an SOS notification when the child takes their shoe off or applies minimal pressure for an extended period.
Over the phone, I talked to our contact, Dr. Becky Nastali. This is her quote. "This product could be very beneficial and has a lot of potential in the special needs market. Families would pay anything to keep their children safe, and this product does just that." Next, we have our 3 key partners. Those are Easter Seal, Autism Speaks, and Special Olympics. These are 3 very beneficial organizations that provide equal opportunities for all children, and our sole provides the safety and security in their key activities. There's another picture of my little brother. You might have heard him out in the crowd today. Our goal is to help families, just like mine, to provide safety and security, and to eliminate that one big question of what if. This is for you, Lyndon. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead again. Thank you. Really good, interesting problem that you have picked up. Also seems to me that this is a problem and a solution not just for this group. There are other users, other gaps out there that you would be able to fill in as well and extend yourself into those markets too. My question is about, as you were comparing your competitors and the cost, and you had a slew of things where you were commenting about your product being more cost-effective, plus the kind of service that you'll be able to provide, plus the kind of quality that you'll be able to beat with the other existing competitors as well. It's oftentimes very difficult to be the low cost and the high service and high quality provider. What would you do to be able to balance the low cost, being cost-effective, at the same time providing the 24/7 service, the good quality that you're promising as well? What is the thought process behind that?
That's a really great question. But I think that for us, it's so much about the why we're doing this. And that's why our product's low cost. It's not, I mean, we could sell it for more and get more profit, but it's about the why for us and how we're trying to help these families. It's not just about maximizing the profit, because we know this is a real problem. And we know from personal experience, and we just want to really help these families out.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quick, echo, wonderful, impassioned presentation. Really was lifted by this, and had a question on what your thoughts were on international material sourcing. You talked about Europe versus domestic. Just maybe some of your thoughts around what led you to international product material sourcing.
Yeah, that's a really good question, but basically the French wholesale manufacturers, we were able to get shoe soles for only $1 versus it would just be exponentially higher in pricing if we got our shoe soles here.
Just kind of bouncing off of that, when we were looking at their website as well, they offer a variety of different types of soles. So if there was any specification that a child needed for any type of support, we could be able to find that as well for also at an enormously cheaper price.
Again, another really great presentation. You guys killed it. Really great work. What happens if you don't have service? So what happens if you don't have cell service or Wi-Fi service? Then what happens?
So I think that's also a pretty good question. But at the same time, we have to realize that there's not a solution that can solve every single problem. I mean, we can try to solve most of them, but at the end of the day, there's not something we could do that will take out every single possibility. But with our product and solution, we think that we will take away most of the times when children get lost and separated from their families.
Also, going off of that as well, they'll be in public areas as well, so typically public areas are going to have some way to get service, whether it's off someone else's hotspot or something like that. So hopefully we can find a way to create this, solve all these problems and help these families.
All right, wasn't that amazing? Give them another round of applause. My name's Andrew Dunn. I'm another one of the team leaders. I've had an absolute blast working with 20Es and working on their ideas. It's been so much fun, and I can't wait to introduce you to this next team. So please give a warm welcome to Sprout Space.
Residents of Martin County, Kentucky struggle to access fresh and nutritious produce. Due to the damages of coal mining in the steep, rocky terrain of the Appalachian Mountains, they are unable to grow their own produce outside. The closest store is 15 minutes away and oftentimes doesn't carry fresh produce. So they have to resort to driving an additional 45 minutes away to the closest major grocery store just to access it. This affects my family because anytime we decide we want fresh produce, we have to drive over an hour just to receive it. While this is manageable for families with transportation, it is not for those without it. Yet, this is a sad reality for many living in Martin County.
And this is not just an issue in Martin County, Kentucky. Over 23 million people across the United States are living in food deserts, which are regions with limited access to healthy and nutritious food. People living in food deserts often have to drive 30+ minutes just to reach the nearest grocery store selling healthy and nutritious food. On top of this long drive, 2.1 million people living in food deserts don't have access to transportation. This lack of access to transportation can turn a long drive into an impossible walk. Since people living in food deserts have such difficulty in obtaining healthy and nutritious food, they often have poor diets. People living in food deserts often have to resort to eating fast food from restaurants such as McDonald's or Taco Bell, or highly processed food from convenience stores such as Dollar General or 7-Eleven. Since they have such poor diets, they often have more health conditions. People living in food, for example, adults living in food insecure households have 18% more chronic conditions than adults living in food secure households.
Meet the team. Hi, I'm Hara Al-Garawi. This is Dakota Ward, Hannah Pittman, Cassidy Evan, Keaton Carr, and we are Sprout Space, a company that aims to reduce the food desert effect while providing quality at-home gardens. With our product, we'll include pots, garden soil, and seed mix to help our customers with their first grow. This is what we envision our product to look like: a vertical wall garden with personalized shelves to fit the customers' homes. We plan to target Good Samaritans when nice home decor, and 25% of that profit would go to those in food deserts. You might ask, why is indoor gardening better than outdoor gardening? Well, there'd be no pesticides, so it'd be fresher and healthier to eat. Also, it'd be protected from bad weather, because we all know Kentucky has high winds and bad storms, so it'd be easier to control the temperatures. And also, it'd be safe from rodents such as squirrels, because they like to eat any fresh growing produce.
For our market, we have found that 186 million people across the United States have a garden. Of those 186 million, 98 million have an indoor garden. Due to this, we plan to be able to reach about 1.9 million people with our product. Our raw materials will cost us $35, and our manufacturing will be an additional $25. We will sell our product at $150 per unit and be making a profit of $90. Our fixed annual cost will be $20,000 for things like marketing and rent. We totaled our revenue per 100 units, so our sales will be $15,000, and with cost and donations deducted, our profit will be about $5,250. We plan to break even after 14 months with our fixed costs included.
Sprout Space is more than just a product. We are also a community. We designed a website to connect with our customers and allow them to be able to shop our products, subscription plans, and to learn more about our mission statement. As our customers browse our website, they will find an extremely pleasing and beautiful home garden to hang up. Not only will they find the perfect touch to their new home, but they will also find that by supporting our cause, they are directly helping a family in need. When our customer decides to hit that purchase button, they will directly help the next family on our wait list to have a more stress-free and healthy lifestyle. As a social venture, we aim to put a stop to food deserts. We want to educate the next generation on how to live a more self-sustainable and healthy lifestyle. We will do this by partnering with the Boys and Girls Club of America. We hope to make our mission a permanent solution. We want this gardening knowledge to be passed down through generations so that children will never have to face these incredible health issues and mental challenges ever again. We have also decided to donate 25% of our profits. Following this plan, we will be able to donate 37 home gardens for every 100 home gardens that we sell. In order to transport our products to those living in food deserts, we will partner with Feeding America. Once our families receive their products, they can then go to our website and learn more about our produce and how to grow their own food. We will also offer a subscription plan to our customers. If they choose to pay $25 on a quarterly basis, they will receive seasonal seeds ranging from carrots to tomatoes and spinach. So what sets us apart? As a gardening company, our main competitor is Garden, a technologically advanced home garden that ranges from $700 to $1,000. This is extremely unreasonable for those living in food deserts. As a social venture, our main competitor is Shared Earth, who creates community gardens for those living in low-income areas. However, this could be vandalized or destroyed due to unforeseen circumstances. As you can see, Sprout Space is the only business that offers an at-home solution, subscription system, donations to those in need, educates the youth, offers information on plants, affordable pricing, and partners with nonprofit organizations.
In the future, we plan to go beyond Kentucky. We are planning to go into Tennessee and Mississippi due to their high levels of food deserts. We are hoping to dull the effects of food deserts in these areas. We are also planning to add a more diverse variety of seeds to our subscription plan and adding more products to our vertical gardens. This could affect my community by allowing us to have more food-secure households and allowing us to not have to travel nearly as far just to access fresh and nutritious produce. Thank you.
Really great work again. We're 3 for 3. Nice job. I've got a couple questions. One, it sounds like you'll need the internet to use your product, either to purchase it or to look for advice on how to garden. Did you look at those areas that were considered food deserts and access to internet?
So we actually are partnering with the Feeding America, and they can donate so we are going to give the products to them, and then they will distribute them to the people in food deserts. So we haven't technically looked into that, but they are the ones that are going to be giving the products away.
And I'm just curious, how long does it take? So if I would purchase the product, what's the lead time before I get to eat free or fresh produce?
So it depends on how long shipping would take, but usually we would use like USPS to get to those who are not in food deserts, and so probably 7 to 10 business days.
How long would it take to grow?
to grow.
Yeah.
So it depends on whatever you're growing. And we would have all of our information on each types of seeds that we offer on our website, and you could learn more about how long it would take to grow and all of that.
So thank you again. Really interesting problem that you're addressing. I'm really impressed that all the teams have been looking at social issues, and this is very representative of the generation that you're coming, that you belong to. So it's a great idea. From my standpoint, I feel educating your users will be absolutely important. How to subscribe, how to grow, how to make sure that they're getting the most out of the effort that they are making. So my question is about the users. What do you know about the type of user or the consumer in Martin, Kentucky, for example? What does that behavior look like in terms of, so that will then lead to what are some ways that you can make it easy for them to be able to utilize your services?
So for those living in food deserts, we will have like a wait list, so they can reach out to their local like nonprofit organizations, and we'll keep track of those in Kentucky that live in food deserts. And once they go on our wait list, it'll just be whoever's next on the wait list will get their food desert product, and we will give it to Feeding America, and they will take it to them. So it's supposed to be very simple for those living in food deserts, and we want to keep it as simple as possible.
I'll just follow up that with another question. So what's that profile look like? What should I visualize in terms of what is that profile of the individual who will benefit from, or who's having this problem?
So a person living in a food desert is actually somebody that lives 5 or more miles away from a grocery store. So we'll be targeting those people and the people living in those areas, especially that are low income and can't afford the produce on their own. Does that answer your question?
That does. And therefore, it leads to the question about the subscription model. It leads to the question about the access to the education that you will need to provide to. So that's where I was getting to, but thank you.
I did have a question, but again, a phenomenal presentation, great job. And again, this is a mounting issue in the United States, which is one we didn't think we would find ourselves facing, but I'm glad you guys tackled that challenge. Great job.
Wow, that was an amazing presentation by Sprout Space. Now this next team embodies the pinnacle of skill, creativity, and determination, and they're prepared to captivate the audience. So please give a huge round of applause to Protected.
In Columbine in 1999, 15 people were killed and 24 were injured.
In 2022, there were 21 individuals killed in the Robb Elementary School shooting.
In the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, 28 died.
As of May 8th, there have been 202 school shootings just in the year of 2023.
Since 1999, there's been more and more gun violence within schools, reaching a record high in school shootings since 2018.
On March 27th, 2023, America witnessed a horrific event of the Covenant school shooting in Nashville, Tennessee. 9-year-old Evelyn pulled the fire alarm to save her friends and teachers. What turned out as a way to alert her friends and teachers turned into an innocent life lost. But what if there was a way that Evelyn could save her friends without losing her life? What if there was an alert system that could prevent something like this from ever happening again?
Hi, I'm Ben Bucher, and this is Ella, Sargoon, Brooke, and Carson. Given the numerous tragedies witnessed in the United States, substantial measures need to be taken. What steps can be implemented to help students feel safer in the event of a school shooting, and how can these measures be carried out swiftly and efficiently? Well, Protect Ed is the solution to this problem.
Protect Ed ensures swift and effortless security for students. And while the app has many different various features to aid students in the event of a lockdown, the core purpose of Protect Ed is the lockdown feature, which could ultimately end up saving your child's life.
Now we'll move on to market size. In 2022, the school security market was worth $3.1 billion. In 2030, it'll be worth $8.85 billion. As you can see, there's a huge market for our product.
On the login screen, there are 3 sections: student, parent, and staff. The individual will go to their assigned section and enter in their credentials. This will take you to the protected home screen.
There are 4 different resources brought up on the protected home screen. There's a campus map, a place to report any and all suspicious activity on campus, and an info tab with information on how to identify a shooter and what to do in that situation. At the bottom, there's a panic button. When the panic button is pressed, lockdown mode will initiate.
It is required that 3 students independently press this lockdown button. This 3-fold activation process serves as an added layer of safety in the event of an accidental initiation. Once a lockdown is put in place, it will bring you to another screen with the I am safe button. For legality purposes, the superintendent will need to release this information themselves, but it lets the school and potentially the guardians know that the student is no longer in danger.
Our app also has a live map feature. This gives the staff and students the choice to put a pin on where they last saw the intruder, which will give the other people in the building a chance to get away from the danger and increase overall safety.
Next is the parent-guardian home screen. Similar to the student home screen, there's a live campus map and an anonymous reporting tool. There's also a schedule tab so that parents can see where their children are at all times. And finally, there's a live chat feature so that parents can interact with the students, teachers, and staff in the building.
Like its parent and student counterparts, the staff home screen has a campus map, a place to report any suspicious activity, but it also has an attendance tab so that teachers can account for each and every student in every class, which gives the admin a head count on who is and isn't in a classroom. There's also a panic button. Unlike its student counterpart, the staff panic button will only need 1 press to initiate a lockdown.
The admin will have all the data that is on the Protected app, such as the anonymous reports, lockdown reports, and the I'm Safe reports. From here, the admin can also release this information to the parents or guardians if deemed necessary.
There are 2 main competitors to Protect Ed, which is School Guard and Havrion. Similar to Protect Ed, they both have a police alert and a panic button, but School Guard also has a location tracking system.
There are several features that separate Protect Ed from its competitors, such as the I'm Safe button, attendance, schedule, and a parent alert if the superintendent approves it.
Our estimated startup cost is $16,524. To put an app on the Google Play Store, there's a one-time fee of $25. Sorry. Then to put an app on the Apple App Store, there's a $99 annual fee. Our estimated app development will be $10,000. For updates and licensing, it will be $6,000, and then finally, to copyright the coding, it will be $400. And how will we make money? There will be one $500 initial setup fee per each school. Then from there, we are going to charge $10 per student annually.
Protect Ed will be marketed through the word of mouth of trusted customers, as well as several school security conventions. Through these marketing tactics, we will reach the school opinions who really matter.
There are also many schools and businesses that we hope to partner with. Clever is a website that acts as a hub for educational resources for students. We hope to eventually install Protect Ed onto Clever. This way, students will be able to access Protect Ed through their laptops.
Louisville, the seat of Jefferson County, is the most populated and most dangerous city in Kentucky. Jefferson County is also the home to the largest school district in Kentucky. We hope to partner with them so we can protect each and every student and teacher.
Protected will break even by protecting 1,653 students, and this is not even including our initial startup cost per school of $500. We plan to break even in just 12 months.
With our partnership with JCPS, we will be protecting 96,000 students in all 172 schools. With the initial fee of $500 per school and a $10 per student fee, we will be making $1,046,000.
We asked 3 educators in Kentucky what they thought about Protected, and here's what they had to say.
Dwight Harris, the district principal coach of Clay County, said it will make it very easy to lock down and give more people access to do so.
It allows them to have an extra set of eyes and ears in the building, according to Carol Sizemore, an educator in Clay County.
And lastly, Lori Dent, who says it can quickly alert emergency services and even save lives.
There's a very bright future for Protected, and here's just a few of the steps that we plan on taking.
We will implement our service into businesses and corporate offices.
We're transferring Protected software onto the web to make it more accessible for elementary school students.
And we are also going to sell our services to college campuses all over the United States.
Now let's go back to our story and imagine if Evelyn used Protected. Not only would she be with us today, but her friends, her teachers, and all the victims of the Covenant school shooting would never have to experience such a horrific incident. Now imagine if every school in the past and future uses Protected. Imagine the lives saved and the school shootings prevented. Now that is what the future should look like, and this is possible because of Protected. Thank you.
Again, you know, I hate that this is the problem you have to solve, right? I mean, but great work, great presentation. I want to commend you. I mean, dropping a clicker during a presentation happens. That's real world, and you, So I guess I've got 2 questions. One is a data question. You mentioned the market growing from 3 billion to like 8.8 billion or something. How did you come to that number?
Yes, so we have done extensive research on the subject of school security, and it's a growing industry. It's becoming, unfortunately, a problem more and more every single day. So based on our extensive research, we have calculated that as of last year, the market was worth $3.1 billion, and it will increase at a rapid rate every single year. So by the time of 2030, it will reach $8.85 billion. So yes, based on just doing math and basic math and the rate each year, we have calculated that number.
And my next question is, I'm guessing for this program to work, you have to have an iPhone. Is that right?
So our app is on both the Android Google Play Store and Apple App Store, but as we mentioned in our next step, we're trying to partner with Clever so we can put this on websites, because elementary school students don't necessarily have phones, but they do have like Chromebooks to say, so we are putting them on a website so they can also use the platform.
So the first round doesn't work unless you have a smartphone, and then in the future, you're hoping for it to work on an iPad or a smart book.
Yes. And to add on to that, we also hope to have the app be accessible to Apple Watches and Samsung Watches, so that if people don't have their phones with them at that time, or maybe elementary students just have an Apple Watch, that they could also access Protect Ed through that way.
Again, I still echo my comments from before that I have confidence and resolve that this issue will be resolved by your generation. You're closer to it, and I commend you for this work. The only thing I didn't see on the app was anything related to like first responders. It had admins, parents, and students was there thought around, would there be another section for first responders?
So yes, absolutely. So the same way that the admin version kind of acts as a back end for Protect Ed, so basically every school, if there's a lockdown, the teachers are required to call emergency services. So this would act in the same way. So basically how Protect Ed works is that if there's an alert on the phone, or somebody presses lockdown, it's alerting on everybody's phone. Everybody who's logged into that school, they're getting an alert. The same thing happens with the emergency services. So the emergency services are also getting an alert, and we're gonna work closely with them.
Hi there, thank you very much. As a mother of two, this resonates closely with me, as did the other presentations too. The school security is a huge issue in this country, and addressing that problem head on, I applaud you for that. I also appreciated seeing that you had picked up on a student screen, a parent screen, and a staff screen, because it's not just one or the other, it's a combination of all the constituencies that need to work together and that need to be made aware about this issue and the progress towards handling this issue as well. My question is, so I have a comment which relates to the question. So the comment is that given that this is such a huge market, given that this is such a huge issue, and it's not a just issue for today, it's been happening for years now, why haven't we seen, so that's a question to myself. Why haven't we seen this kind of a school security system? And the question that leads from there on is, if this were to be a real business for you, what do you think will be the biggest challenge for you to be addressing?
I think the biggest challenge for us is just going to be getting us out there, and that's going to be through the conferences that we mentioned earlier, just working closely with other schools. As we stated, we're going to try to work closely with Jefferson County first and then go from there. But we really think just getting our name of Protect Ed out there and then partnering with the schools, that's going to be the most difficult thing from us. But it's such a big issue right now, and while there may be some problems with the app right now, we'll work those out. We'll get every problem solved possible, and we'll just work closely with the schools to solve this very big issue right now.
To add on to that, I feel like school security systems haven't been put in place because of cost and actual credibility. But I feel like our solution is both simple and cost effective. So getting the message out would be easier for us, even though it's hard at first right now. But getting the message out and seeing how cost effective it is and how easy it is to use, I think we can implement this in a large school districts.
Awesome. Welcome, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying our wonderful pitches we've heard so far this morning. My name is Julia Metters. I'm one of the team leaders for 4 of our amazing teams, and one of these is coming up right now. I'd love for you all to give it up for our next team, Mayday.
Rogers went missing in Bardstown, Kentucky. Over 48 hours later, her mother, Sherry Ballard, decided to report her as missing. A $60,000 reward was set for any leads or information to help solve the case. She was 35 years old at the time and a mother of 5 children. We interviewed a Bardstown resident, and he said others called it such thing as a murder town with a bad reputation and an unsafe place. 248 people, including Crystal Rogers, are missing in Kentucky to date. Over the past 3 weeks, our team has tackled the prominent issue of alerting communities to bring awareness to missing people in their area. My name is Evan, and this is Katie, Linda, Keegan, and Houston, and we are Mayday, saving lives the right way.
We conducted a survey that states that 93.8% of people believe there needs to be a faster process of alerting the communities of missing people. 50% of people glance at Amber Alerts or other systems in place, and 62.3% of people rarely get notified of missing people when they are lost. This current system does not work, which is why our team came up with a decision to provide support and efficiency to individuals and communities during the challenging experiences of filing a missing person report. We are dedicated to simplifying the process faced by those searching for their loved ones. This is Mayday. It is both an app and a website that help makes our mission possible.
Our process is simple with just 2 easy steps. When you log onto our website, you can create an account that is shared amongst all of your family members. When you register, it'll be with a photo of them, their name, age, gender, height and weight, and any descriptive features. All this information will be saved onto their account. If a family member does happen to go missing, all you would have to do is go on to step 2, the last seen information. Here you would put in the last clothes they were wearing, their source of transportation, and any extra information that could help find them. Once you publish this report, it'll go straight to your local police station, where the police will verify that it is a real case. After this has been verified, it'll go onto the community feed, where everybody within a 50-mile radius will get an alert that your family member has gone missing. Now onto our app. Mayday Mobile has every feature that are of our website, but we also have a premium plan. For $4.99 every 3 months after a 1-week free trial, you can get all of our premium features. Our first feature being our check-in locations. You can go onto our app and set your destination, and it'll give you your estimated time of arrival. Along with this, you can set your emergency contact. Your ETA will be updated as you approach your destination, but let's say it stops updating, it's delayed, and you're not contacting anyone. Our app will send an alert out to your emergency contact that you have not gotten to your destination safely. Our second feature is our safer routes. Google Maps and Apple Maps may get you to your destination as quick as possible, but is not always the safest. Especially nowadays, it's very dangerous at night and there's not very well dim lights in streets. With our community feedback feature, we will find a route to your destination that's both quick and safe. Our third feature is our location tracking. You can access all the family members that's registered in an account from the beginning of the day to the end of the day at all times. You will also be able to access the past 48 hours of their location history. Our fourth and last feature is our SOS button. With one click of a button, you can call 911 and send immediate help to the destination that you need. While talking with Governor Andy Beshear, he told us that our app has a personal connection that has never been seen before. And Senator David Yates says that our app has the ability to spread detailed information that could save lives. Now let's talk about competition. None of our competitors have the premium features that our app has to protect your family. They may be able to give you a way to file a missing person report, but it's not as detailed, precise, or as fast as Mayday's.
At Mayday, we plan to partner with government agencies such as the National Missing Persons Foundation and the National Child Safety Council. These agencies will allow us access to grants and volunteer services our app and company require. We also plan to partner with Crime Junkie, Serial, and Bardstown. These are all 3 murder mystery podcasts that we will show ads on to get the word out of what we're doing at Mayday. And in return, to cut down on cost, we will promote their podcast on our web, app, and website. Our input cost is $80,500. That includes insurance, web development, app development, and data storage. We have 2 main users on our app. For our free plan, users will get community notifications as well as easy report systems. On our premium plan, you'll get all the premium features as mentioned before. We plan to charge the cities with our app $25,000 annually in order to receive the data our app collects. With this plan, we can break even in only 2 years. Through social media platforms such as TikTok,
Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, we can reach a market audience surpassing other agencies. We aim to target 3 main cities in our startup phase to achieve our goals.
The 3 cities that we plan to target is Louisville, Lexington, and Bowling Green, Kentucky. The reason our team has chosen these cities is because we feel like they would best benefit from the services that Mayday provides. Louisville currently has a population of over 600,000 people. If we can just get 1% of this community to download the free version of our app, we will have 5,000 active users just in Louisville. If we can then further this goal by having 10% of those users download the premium subscription plan that we provide, we will have 500 premium users just in Louisville. This will help us generate enough revenue to break even in the 2-year time frame that we have set for ourselves. So, what does Mayday look like in action, and how can Mayday save lives? This is Maya Harris. On March 24th, 2023, Maya decided to go on a late-night run without her phone. This sadly ended whenever she did not report back home within a few hours. Her husband instantly became stressed, but luckily, he had Mayday. Due to how fast and efficient we are, he went straight to the SOS button, pressed it, and contacted 911 services immediately. He then went on, and because of the family feature already built in, all of her step 1 information was already filled out, so he went straight to step 2. After putting all of her information in, he published the report. Due to already getting in contact with 911 services, it was quickly verified by the police and then uploaded on the community feed. Her post was made within 15 minutes, which is faster than we believe any police station can do. Danger often strikes the victims within the first 18 hours of them going missing. But because of how fast and efficient Mayday is, the community was formed so quickly that a neighbor texted the husband of where Maya was last night. Maya was found within 8 hours, safe and unharmed from anything that could have came her way. With Mayday implemented in your community, you can help prevent cases similar from Maya's to happening. No one, and I mean no one, should have to suffer the pain of what it feels like to have a loved one gone missing. That is why when you partner with Mayday, you can help save lives the right way. Thank you.
Again, we're saving lives, right? It's really interesting for me to see the first, 5 or 6 presentations about, social issues or saving people's lives. So great presentation. You did a really fantastic job. I've got a couple questions. Have you talked to any law enforcement agencies about adopting this, or what the process is to adopt a new technology or a policy like yours?
Yes, so as a team, when we were doing our research of what we should do, how should we go about this, we contacted several sources, one of which was a police officer, and he stated that using our app would be very, very useful because it would make it more fast and efficient, and it would take time off their hands as we are collecting all the data for them. As well as that, we also were in contact with Kentucky Senator David Yates, and he told us that he loved our product and he felt like it would be very useful. And if we wanted to go pitch this idea to them, he would get us in contact with Louisville Metro government to help implement this in their community.
And what is from a law enforcement standpoint, what are the rules when reporting a missing person? Do you have to wait a certain amount of time, or can you just do it immediately?
So in law enforcement, whenever you report a missing persons case, from what we're aware of, you have to go to the police station or contact them and get the form, fill the whole form out, and then send it back to them. Then they have to read through it and verify it. But because of Mayday and how fast we are, all they have to do is just go straight on our app, and half of the steps is already done. So it takes just less time compared to having to go to a law enforcement.
And is that immediate, or I could be just from movies I watch or something, but I always feel like there's a 24-hour wait time before you can.
Yeah, that was one of the things brought up in our call. Actually, he notified us and he told us that is false. That is a myth and it's not true, but it does still take time compared to how fast Mayday is. It would not take as long compared to the normal process.
Great, really good job. One last question. You picked Louisville, Lexington, and Bowling Green. So why did you pick those 3 in Kentucky?
We picked those 3 cities because those were the ones that had the most missing person cases in their environment. So, yes. Did I answer your question correctly?
The most total or by population or?
By the population.
Okay. Just one thing to think about is I would be remiss if I didn't say this. So if you looked at Jefferson County, Fayette County, and then Northern Kentucky, like just from a population base, Northern Kentucky, so Boone, Kent, and Campbell, is actually larger than Fayette County or Lexington. So when you're looking at population size, just one thing to think about, and it's a really great place to live, so you should think about moving here after.
Thank you for the feedback.
Less people go missing, so think about going to school here and moving to Northern Kentucky.
Just a real quick comment, great presentation, and I think you stumbled on something that got me thinking about this integration with Google Maps or Maze. This whole, when you put in your destination, that's a good tracking point that I don't believe is captured or could be used or is currently used with like any kind of identifying missing persons. So that's a really novel idea. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I had a comment similar to my colleague here about Google service. I actually have a Life 360 on my phone. My family has it too, so we can track each other. Children don't like it, of course, and they've complained, Mom, you don't need to have Life 360 for us. But that's just a comment. So it'll be good to be looking at ways to integrate those. My question is building on my colleague on my right here, who was talking about Kentucky. And the cities that you picked, as you look ahead and moving beyond the state of Kentucky, what did your research tell you about other states that you would like to or you should move into? And you can't move into all states right away, but as you progressively move from Kentucky, which are the other areas in the country that do see a lot of missing people?
So as we research, of course, Louisville had the most population, and according to their population, they would automatically have the most missing cases, according to the statistics. But we also researched that one of our cities were Hazard, Kentucky, and they were only a population of 5,000 people, but they were more in like a separate town, it's more dangerous, and they had a lot of missing cases. So after we go to Louisville and Lexington, we want to reach out to the different governments and see which cities would most benefit from our products.
And as well as reaching those cities, are the states that we want to target. We also did a lot of research and realized that Louisiana had several missing people cases. So that would be one of our next steps is after getting Kentucky safe, we want to go to Louisiana and then maybe just as we grow, go all across America, if not countries.
Wow, just what an amazing job. Giving them another hand. All right. I was up here earlier, but my name's Andrew. I'm a TL, and I've just had an absolute fabulous time with all these E's. They've done such a good job. I mean, the presentation's been amazing, right? I mean, they've been phenomenal. All right, we got another one coming up right up. All right, give it up for Multilingua.
En 2016, un muchacho de 18 años llegó al hospital y la razón por eso fue un dolor de cabeza. Did you understand what I just said? Let me switch up the language. In 2016, an 18-year-old Cuban American was taken to the ER as a result of a sharp head pain. His parents tried to communicate to the doctors that he was intoxicado, meaning that he had food poisoning. The doctors, my bad, misunderstood it as drug overdose. Unfortunately, he was sent home with the wrong treatment. Days later, after going through some tests, the doctor realized and discovered that the 18-year-old had suffered a brain bleed. Unfortunately, it was way too late, and he was left paraplegic without movement in his lower limbs.
Did you know that other than heart disease and cancer, medical malpractice is the leading cause of death in the United States, claiming 250,000 lives per year? Tragic, right? A key factor in that is that 1/3 of hospitals in the United States don't offer interpreters to patients that don't speak fluent English. And with the recent growth of immigrants coming to the United States, there are now 66 million people in the United States today that don't speak fluent English. That is 21.6% of the population that are more at risk of becoming a next victim of medical malpractice, all because of a language barrier.
And that is where we come in with Multilingua. And this is our team behind our revolutionary app. Owen Goldilocks, Alexander Zapawa, Coe Chang, Lucy Zola, and Kason Littlejohn.
Now, what our product does is connect doctors and nurses in hospitals to translators on the other end of a phone. What makes us unique and better than the competition is that we hire similarly to how Uber does. We make it easy and efficient for any bilingual person to go on our site and start translating. Take Julia, for example. She's a college student with a bright future, and she grew up in a Hindi household. Thus, she knows Hindi and English. She wants to work to pay off her student loans, so she enjoys the flexible hours that Multilingua affords her to work on the weekends. Or Senora Marta, a struggling Spanish teacher. She doesn't make enough money from her school job, so she works with Multilingua all through the summer to continue making money. Or Luis, a retired French professor. He wants to save up money to buy a new boat, and with the flexibility that Multilingua allows him, he can go out on his deck every Saturday for a couple hours and take calls and translate for hospitals all across the country. Now, on the customer end, all the doctor or nurse in the hospital has to do is pull out their phone, tablet, or laptop, all devices that they carry with them from room to room, select what language they need translated, if they need translation certified or not, and within seconds they will be connected to a translator on the other end, such as Luis, who is translating French for this patient.
We all know about Google Translate, right? Well, we can all relate to one thing. It doesn't work. Yes, it might be able to translate short words and phrases, but it lacks the connotation, dialogue, and context of long conversations and paragraphs. We have talked to 2 actively licensed medical professionals about this issue that have used Google Translate in the medical field. They have both reported to us that it has failed. Dr. Mike Littlejohn has said that Google Translate can be time-consuming and can only do small phrases. It is not efficient when trying to communicate with a patient. Abby Keelan has said, while working in the ER, I've experienced it there. With the language barrier, you cannot explain to a patient what you need them to do, and they cannot communicate with you about the needs they have. Another solution you might be thinking of are on-site translators. Well, the issue with this is there's not enough of them. They can't be everywhere at once, and they might not be able to make it to emergency sites on time.
We plan on launching in 3 key Northern Kentucky hospitals, and we are also partnered with St. Elizabeth Physicians, University of Kentucky College of Nursing, and Daily.co for our technology needs.
We plan to market towards healthcare centers, clinics, and hospitals. And we plan to get our name out there by marketing online towards our translators, and we plan to pitch to our hospitals so we can get them on board our mission to stop language barriers. Our startup costs will be $125,000, while most of it will go to app and web development. The other $25,000 will go for marketing and legal fees. The translation service industry is an ever-growing industry, and last year in 2022, it almost grew 10%. It almost grew 10%, and it valued at $9.7 billion. And this year, 2023, it's projected to grow another 12%.
Now, our pricing is very competitive and very affordable compared to many other medical translation services. We charge only $16.20 per hour of our service. Now, $15 of that goes straight to the translator on the other end, working to make money. 48 cents of that goes to costs for our servers for running the calls, while we take a 72-cent profit. Now, that may not sound like very much, but when you see how large this market is, we see that there are 6,000 hospitals in America. We know that within 5 years, we can get 25% of these hospitals using our platform. Now, each one of these hospitals will be using our platform for an average of 386 hours per month. That equates to a $4.8 million net profit annually. And that's not including that within 5 years, we also plan to move into the tourism and business industry.
Now, let's imagine another scenario. You're at a fancy dinner in Paris with your partner. The menu's in French and the staff speaks French, but you don't know French. What will you do? Well, you can pull out our multilingual app that will quickly connect you with a translator that speaks both the language you know and the language you don't know. So now you can have a confident dinner and order efficiently.
We're multilingual. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll start. Really great concept, great presentation. Just one thing, more a comment than a question, is being focused. I know the focus is on hospitals to start with, and then tourism. Sometimes, depending on what those markets will pay, you may get pulled further off mission. So if hospitals are your core objective, then I would just encourage you to stay focused. So, but great job.
Thank you.
So as an immigrant myself, I came in as a first-generation immigrant into the country from India. I was fortunate to be comfortable with the language, but I certainly know a number of immigrants who have this challenge. I know of that firsthand. I've been to hospitals with my mom. Mom speaks perfect English, but there have been very few times when she's been asked if she needs a translator or not, because those folks don't know whether she speaks English or not. So that consistency, the lack of consistency of having translators in the hospitals is definitely an issue, and access to it. And the problem that you've identified for so many deaths only due to malpractice, and much of which could be attributed to communication, is a huge problem for the families and individuals, and certainly for, I would assume, for hospitals too, because then there's a lot of liability there as well for them. My question is about the cost, and you mentioned about $16.20 cost per hour. Who pays for it? Is it the hospitals? Is it the individual? So I wasn't sure, and I thought I was getting to an answer myself, but then when I saw your last slide where you mentioned about the couple being in France, so who are you selling this service to?
We would be pitching towards the hospitals, because for them to use our platform, there would obviously be some papers for liability purposes, but then we charge on a per-use basis. So we would be charging the hospital, and we would hope that with such an affordable price, the hospitals could afford it, and insurance would definitely be willing to pay for it, because oftentimes they get in trouble or have to pay more because of the mistakes that happen because of language barriers. So they would be very willing to pay for our service.
So as a follow-up, have you had a conversation with any of the hospitalists or the insurance companies as well?
Yes, we have talked to a few medical professionals. We called a doctor from St. Elizabeth Healthcare. They said they'd definitely be interested in it. We have talked to multiple professionals. Yeah.
And again, if this were to be a real business for you, I would encourage you to talk to people in the finance and the business planning part of it. I mean, the physicians are great, they see the need, but folks who will fund this and have to see the business need for this is also folks who are in the administration there. The other part related to the last slide, again, would be going back to my colleague's point here about being focused not just on the industries, but also in terms of who the user is. Who is it that you're targeting? Are you talking the institution? Are you talking about targeting the individuals like you and I? So that would be helpful too. Thank you.
Again, really great work. I've got a couple quick questions. The first You compared it to Google Translate, which I think can be kind of frustrating sometimes. Did you try ChatGPT at all?
We did look at there's a fairly new translating system called DeepL, and it works with a neural network like Google ChatGPT, and we did many tests on that, and it did not outperform Google Translate. Honestly, I'd recommend looking it up. It's called DeepL, yeah.
And then anything with privacy or HIPAA?
So we mentioned that there's like 2 levels essentially. So you'd have regular translators that sign on originally, and then you can get certified by us, and that would be a training course to learn more specific medical terms, and that would also include being certified for for HIPAA, and that's also with the papers that the hospital has to sign.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great job again to all of our teams that have been presenting today. I hope you all have really been enjoying them as much as we have. We've been cheering them on in the green room, coming on in here, and they can hear your cheers out there, so make sure you're cheering super loud. And speaking of cheering super loud, let's give it up for our next group, Kids for Kids.
Parents, do you remember going into a grocery store, walking down an aisle, and seeing a kid's cuisine or Lunchable stacked on the shelf and thinking that was a good, convenient option for your kid? Through marketing, Kids Cuisine and Lunchables have created a simple and convenient solution that saves parents time and planning for meal preparation. However, parents have been disillusioned to the nutritional value these meals offer. As you can see, these meals are very bad on the nutritional scale, with Kids Cuisine having 20 grams of fat, a Lunchable having 750 grams of sodium, and ramen noodles being very highly processed. These are meals that parents are frequently serving to their kids, but they can have very bad effects down the line, such as diabetes, heart diseases, and even poor locomotor skills. Kentucky is in need of more healthy and affordable options. Kentucky is ranked second in the nation for childhood obesity, with rates being disproportionately high in low-income Louisville neighborhoods. This is our team. I'm Claire, this is Christina, Adam, and Freddie, and we are Kids for Kids.
Our mission at Kids for Kids is not only encourage, but inspire children to develop their own lifelong healthy eating habits with our healthy meals. At Kids for Kids, we believe that every child should have access to healthy food. So, parents, we understand you might have some picky eaters at home, so we did our research and found healthy meals that kids actually like, such as grilled cheeses, quesadillas, grilled chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, and sweet potato fries. The process for ordering your food is very simple. All you have to do is customize your pre-made, frozen, microwave-ready meal, select your subscription option, and then have the meals delivered straight to your door. So this is our website and is our main channel for our customers to buy our products. As you can see, you have a subscribe now option and a one-time purchase option that lets our customers choose whether they want to subscribe or purchase food just one time.
Now let's look at how much better we are than our competition like Yummy, Little Spoon, and HelloFresh. Unlike Kids for Kids, our competition don't offer subscription services, one-time purchases, customization meals that you desire, and offer for ages K through 6. We plan to advertise for parents. We plan to advertise on Facebook and Instagram to target parents who want to feed their kids healthier and tastier food options. We also plan to make 5 to 10 second YouTube ads to target kids to make them look at a product more appealing And we also offer free trials to make sure our customers are satisfied with our product before purchasing with their own money. We also offer referrals to give customers incentives and acquire their trust. This way, we'll gain new customers and keep our old customers.
In order to buy our food, we plan on buying from 2 farms local to Louisville. The first one is called Farmhouse. From here, we'll be able to get any chicken or meat or any kind of thing of that sort. They also have a farmer's market connected, so if we were to need any ingredients, like at the drop of a dime, we'd be able to go get it. The second one is called Spade and Table, which is also in Louisville. From here, we'd be able to get any fruits, vegetables, or produce. We chose to go with organic farms because through our research, we found that non-organic food can be extremely harmful. They contain things such as pesticides and toxins that can be very dangerous in the long run. They can cause things such as birth defects, cellular malfunction, or even cancer. In order to prepare our food, we plan on renting out a spot in Chef Space, which is an incubator kitchen also located in Louisville. From here, we'll be able to gather all of our supplies, make the food, package it, and then ship it out. It would also be able to last at least 3 months, and Chef Space passes all FDA regulations. Through our research, we found that there are roughly 1.7 million families in Kentucky. Of those families, about 420,000 of them have children aged 5 to 11, and we believe that we'd be able to reach at least 42,000 of them with our meal kits.
Now let's look at the survey that we did on parents about our meal kits. 64% of them said that they would pay $15 or less for a meal kit, and 79% of them said they would buy a pre-made meal kit.
One of the first expenses to cover when operating a food business is, of course, the kitchen, the place where you prepare the food. As Justina mentioned before, we plan on renting out a commercial kitchen through Chef Space, which is local to Louisville and will provide us all of our facilities for preparing and storing our food. Our next cost will be marketing, which we plan to put $7,500 into in year 1. That will cover across Instagram, Facebook, our website, and YouTube, and we estimate that we could reach over 1.4 million potential customers. Our next cost will be our plates, which comes in a little over $11,000. That covers the ingredients and the packaging for the plates themselves. Our next cost, which is our biggest one, will be shipping, which is a little bit over $25,000. That will cover the shipping service itself, the insulated packaging, and ice packs to keep our food frozen in delivery. Our next cost will be our website domain, which is very important as the website is the main way for our customers to order our kits. And our final cost will be a little under $1,000, which will cover all of our insurance and food handling licenses. So all in all, that's going to be an initial investment of $55,614. The cost of the plates from a consumer standpoint is going to be $8.29 for 1 plate, and then onto our subscription model will be $24.99, and they'll receive 4 plates a week, $45.99, and they'll receive 8 plates a week, and $64.99, and they'll receive 12 plates a week. Now, you're probably looking at that $8.29 price and thinking it's a little much for 1 plate. Well, our plan is to get our customers to try our food through the one-time purchase option with the plates, and then move on to our subscription model, where plates come in at as low as $5.40 a plate. We estimate that if we sell 4,000 of our plates, we'll break even, and we could do that in just 4.3 months.
In the future, we hope to expand our product into grocery stores, make a larger online presence, hopefully expand into more cities in Kentucky and eventually outside of the state, and provide more customizable meal options. We also hope to rent out our own incubator kitchen. Through our research, we found that people value having simplicity and convenience. We found this quote from the Brainy Insights that says, "Rising demand for convenient and healthy food options will favor growth." So parents, next time you're walking through the aisle and think of getting a Lunchable or a kid's cuisine, think about what's in it and think about how unhealthy they are. Go to our website and order a Kits for Kids.
Kits for Kids. Healthy bites for little appetites. Thank you.
Really great presentation. I mean, something obviously that Kentucky needs to become healthier. So great work, great problem. You mentioned a survey on there of, I think it was parents willing to pay $15 or less. Can you talk about how you completed that survey?
Yeah, we can. So what we did is we made a Google form, and all of us sent it to parents back home who have children ages 5 to 11, which is our target market for our meals. And then they filled out the survey, and we got the information from them.
How many respondents?
I think we had over a few dozen.
Hi there. Thank you again for a wonderful presentation, an important problem that you're addressing, and I appreciate you bringing this forward to us. So as a parent and as a daughter of an entrepreneur who ran a restaurant for many, many years, so it's a difficult industry to get into. Quality and cost are going to be extremely important. And that remains a challenge. You want to increase the quality, and then you want to reduce the cost. So my question is about staffing. So you talked about sourcing the products. Can you talk a little bit about staffing this business? So people who will be working to put things together, and then and staffing is a huge issue across the nation right now. So did you do any digging there?
Yeah, so we looked. I think initially we were thinking of just cooking and making the food ourselves and packaging it, because up in Chef Space, we went on a field trip there on this trip, so it was very helpful. But like Christina mentioned, they're an incubator kitchen, which allows for startups to start their own business. And the meals were easy to make and are easy to package, but we have looked into potentially staffing if need be, if we get big enough.
Again, great presentation. The thing that kind of jumped out at me, and I'd like to get your input on it, is it's almost like you created a logistics company, because you're getting input goods from your sources and then you're delivering it out to households. Have you thought about like distribution agreements, in that you would have someone else take on some of the distribution, or what were your thoughts around distribution?
Well, I think initially we were planning, like we talk about Chef Space a lot. They're great. You're actually able to ship products out of Chef Space. So I think we're planning on patching them there and then shipping them out and looking into a higher distribution chain if needed.
Awesome. Give it up one more time for Kids for Kids. So I have the pleasure of having two of my groups go back to back today. So our next group that I'm going to be introducing is AR Breathe. Give it up for them.
I once remember going to volleyball practice, walking through the gym doors, excited to learn new skills, talk with my teammates, and impress my coach. Halfway through the practice, I realized I needed to take my inhaler again, since I had used it incorrectly the morning prior. Annoyed, I walked over to my bag, not ready to taste the disgusting taste of the medicine. As I was rummaging through my bag, I soon realized that I had left my inhaler at home. My breathing began to quicken, and the panic set in. Because I didn't have my inhaler with me, I ended up having an asthma attack and had to go home early. This problem is more common than you ever think. Many people struggle with using their inhaler correctly, leaving it at home, or just neglecting it due to the terrible taste.
Our team found that about a whopping 92% of asthma users don't even use their inhalers properly because of mistakes or anything else. This not only affects them medically, but financially, as they're wasting hundreds or even thousands of dollars.
Reinforcing just how significant our problem is, over 50% of patients don't use inhalers at the right time, which can lead to other severe issues.
AR Breathe is founded by a team of 5 individuals. My name is Youngwoo Kim, Ella Terry, Tanvi Rakesh, Tejaswin Gantla, and Jackson Broker. Together, we are committed to help patients suffering from asthma.
So now, a little bit about our solution. AR Breathe is a redesigned inhaler that works alongside an advanced mobile application. It increases efficiency, promotes easy usage, and helps users manage their medication schedule. But our main goal is to provide a safe and engaging experience for patients who suffer from asthma and other respiratory issues. Not only does our product benefit them financially and medically, but it also helps users by improving their overall quality of life.
For our prototype design, we had added a touch sensor button, which allows easy access to release the medicine instead of having to press down on it. This can help children who are learning to use it and the elderly who have shaky hands or just aren't able to push it down. We had also added a digital puff counter on top. That way you can see how many puffs you have left and when you need to change out your medicine. And then we also have a medicine cartridge that allows you to change out your medicine easily and you just put it in and you're ready to take it.
We also have a mouthpiece with a covering that is made entirely of silicone in order to prevent germs and bacteria from forming, and that is connected to our flavor capsule in which you can manually insert the flavors.
Alongside our redesigned inhaler, we have an advanced app. As we maneuver through the home screen, we reach our first important feature, AR Vision. This utilizes a user's own digital camera and uses AR technology to analyze and track the movements of an inhaler. Based off this, it'll see if you make mistakes, any problems, or anything wrong, and it'll give you advice, tips, even redirect you to tutorial videos to make sure you are using it correctly and effectively. And our second important feature is our reminder/alert system. So say you're going to volleyball practice at 7. 10 minutes before, your phone will get reminded, go take your inhaler. But what if you're hurrying out and you forgot to get the inhaler, or you just blew over the reminder? We have a backup plan. So the app can track where the inhaler is and see if you're far from the door, too close to the door, and far from the inhaler. Based off this, it'll see that you're about to leave the house without your inhaler. It'll alert any home system, ADT, Google Home, your car, any technology-based platform, and alert you and make sure that you are taking your inhaler and solving the problem right at the doorstep.
This is the way we're going to advertise our product. We're going to use YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and all those things are going to be user-friendly, and they're able to use a wide-based audience. Our market size for the first 5 years will be for Kentucky. It's 2.5 million for the amount of asthmatics in Kentucky. And we're going to narrow that down to elderly and children, which is 450,000 people around. And those, we want to take 30% of that target market, and it's about 152,000 people. To make our product, it's $16. We're going to price it for $25, which is 60% margin. It's around $372,000 to start up our product, and we're going to have to sell 22,629 inhalers within the first 12 months.
We also talked to several medical professionals and patients who have struggled with asthma throughout their childhood in order to provide the best possible customer experience. The first being Kathy Yates, the director and a registered nurse at the Bluegrass Pace Center. She explained that for elderly patients and children, there would be significantly less trips to the ER if they found a way to have easier inhaler usage, which is what we are trying to target right here at AR Breathe. We also talked to Dr. Shelley Vo, a pediatrician at Pediatric Associates. Upon describing our product to her, she described AR Breathe as an extremely efficient tool. There are 2 types of asthma, intermittent asthma and persistent asthma. For the latter, there are degrees of mild, moderate, and severe, and for moderate and severe asthmatics, our product is especially beneficial due to our reminder and alert system.
Aside from medical professionals, we want to see a person with asthma give us feedback. And one of them were our own GSE students. She said a particular experience. When she was 4, she suffered a medical emergency, all because of a neglect of her inhaler. And that was due to the bad taste. She described it as horrible, yucky, and didn't want to take it at all. But this neglect led to a series of medical events, like going to the ER, needing immediate care, losing her voice for days, as well as having low oxygen levels. This obviously affected her medically and financially, as it costed thousands of dollars for these medical services. But the most important piece was that after she got released, for the rest of her years, she suffered with the fear of having to worry about when her next asthma attack was, when she was gonna fall down. She was scared. That's why, listening to that, AR Breathe wants to target that and make sure people who have similar problems to her can make sure that they don't have to go through that and live in a fear like her. And she wants that as well.
We face two prominent competitors in the market, Propeller Health and DigiHaler. While they both do provide apps for tracking, they lack distinguished features that sets our product apart. Our platform includes exclusive features such as advanced reminders and alerts to help individuals to not forget to bring or use their inhalers with them. On top of that, we have AR technology to help individuals to correctly use the inhalers. And apart from the app, we have a completely redesigned inhaler to help enhance user convenience.
So what does the future look like for our company? The first thing that we'd like to improve on is our design. We'd like to appeal to younger children by adding animal patterns and floral patterns just to draw them in. We'd also like to collaborate with major companies, one of those being Disney, in order to attract a younger audience again. And for all you sports fans out there, we'd like to collaborate with major companies like the NFL and the Olympics. We're hoping that both of these steps help attract a much wider customer base.
Now, let's go back to earlier that day. If I only had AR Breathe, I would have woken up, set up the app, and taken my inhaler correctly the first time. And I wouldn't have to worry about the taste because I got to choose my own flavor. And as I was leaving for volleyball, an alert would have gone off my phone telling me that I need to go get my inhaler. I would have gone to volleyball practice like usual, had a great time, and learned so many things, and not have had an asthma attack. We are AR Breathe, the breath of fresh air. Thank you.
Again, really great presentation. I just had a question around manufacturing. What were your thoughts on how you're going to produce the inhaler itself?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Around manufacturing of the product. I know you had the prototype, but the manufacturing of the actual device, where that's going to be done and cost associated with that.
So yes, that's a really good question. We have the button that we have to put get on there, and then there's the microchip that goes into the button and makes it work. That's also a tracker as well. All of that made it around to, like, the wiring too, made it around to $16. The other thing was that the taste for it was included into that, because we get the taste into it as well when they get the product for the first time. That around to $16. Does that answer your question? Awesome.
Really great work. I love that you brought, an example of what you're talking about. To be able to see something is really important, but to get to touch and look, and really great work. I think that was really a really good step. I had a question about your competition and cost. So you've talked about the cost of your inhaler. How does that relate to the cost of your competitors?
So our competition's cost is actually coming with the medical cartridge. And they overprice it because they have the medical cartridge, which they price theirs around $300. Ours is $25. So we're actually going down below what they would. If they didn't have the cartridge, they would probably sell it for around $50 as well. So we're doing half of what they are doing. So our customers actually get the benefit of less cost. And insurance companies also are more willing to go towards us because we're safer and we have a better product than they do.
And I'm guessing the cartridges are compatible, like you can use whatever cartridge in your inhaler?
Yes, the cartridge, basically how the product works is the cartridge, when you press down the button, it pushes down and disperses air throughout the thing. And when you have that, it's universal basically, so the inhaler will automatically have a built-in system for that.
And is an inhaler an HSA covered purchase?
What'd you say?
Is it an HSA covered purchase? Can you use an HSA card to buy The inhaler or just the medicine?
So
So is that like a type of health insurance?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we actually contacted Humana and we wanted to see what their outlook was and what they would do if they had our product. And they said they would most likely cover it as it's more efficient than actual inhalers out there. And since it's more efficient, it can help users have less trips to ER or have asthma attacks, which will ultimately reduce costs for those services.
Really great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Zachary Boswell, and I've had the honor of being the team leader for this next team coming up with an ingenious product. Introducing Solace Sheets.
Picture this. You are nervously preparing for your pitch that is bright and early the next morning. Determined to make a good impression, you know they need at least 8 hours of sleep. However, fate has other plans for you. No matter how many times you try to secure your bedsheet around your mattress or adjust the angles and even try lifting up your mattress, nothing seems to work, leaving you frustrated and uncomfortable. Time ticks by as thoughts of the pitch in the morning creep in, and you become restless as your fitted sheet continues slipping off. After hours of your fitted sheet continuing to slip off, you finally fall into a light, interrupted sleep and wake up in the morning to find yourself exhausted and unprepared for your pitch.
This is a problem that 76% of people say they struggle with regularly, and we believe that this contributes to the 42% of Kentuckians who do not get enough sleep every night. Not getting enough sleep can cause a multitude of health problems, including heart disease, mental health issues, high blood pressure, and stroke. We are Solace Sheets, and this is our team. I'm Kate Carlton, this is Amelia Lim, Ezra Souter, Xavier Thomas, and Nate Moore. And we have engineered an innovative solution to this problem.
Traditional fitted sheets use elastic to stay on the mattress. This makes them hard to put on, never fit right, and easy to fall off. Solace Sheets uses an innovative drawstring system to keep them on the mattress so that they're super easy to put on, always fit perfectly, and never fall off. Our drawstring system is made out of cotton rope and an incredibly strong one-way friction lock to ensure that your sheets stay tight all night long. Our luxury sheets are made out of 100% cotton for comfort and temperature regulation. And since the only plastic we use is the drawstring lock, our sheets are far more environmentally friendly than most others on the market. We also offer an envelope-style pillowcase in all of our packages so that your pillow stays in this case all night long. And the best part is we offer all this at an affordable and competitive price. Here's a video demonstration of our product. To put on the Solace sheet, just simply tuck the corners under the mattress and then pull the cord tight. Put the friction lock into place and then tuck it under the mattress. With Solace sheets, it's nearly impossible for your sheets to fall off.
As you can see, we have all the characteristics of a great sheet, while our competition only has one or two. Our 100% cotton fabric provides comfort and sustainability, while the drawstring closure system ensures a custom and secure fit every single time. All of this is produced at an affordable price in an American facility. Additionally, we include envelope-style pillowcases in all of our sheet sets, something that none of our other competitors have.
The total bedsheet market is valued at $23.6 billion. Our target, the luxury bedsheet market, is valued at $2.1 billion. If we can obtain just 0.25% of this, we'll get a target of $5 million. With a compound annual growth rate of 6.2%, in 2028, the market is valued to be at $35.8 billion. This is due to the increase in the hospitality and residential housing industries. Initially, we plan to sell only online using our website and third-party platforms such as eBay, Etsy, Amazon, and more. This will allow us to reach a wider customer base. After we expand and grow, we plan to get into other stores, retail stores, such as Target, Mattress Firm, and Home Goods. We plan to target people over the age of 30 in the upper middle class. This is 43% of the population, giving us a wide customer base. Our partners are third-party platforms like Shopify, eBay, Etsy, and others. Our biggest partner is Standard Textiles. They're a private manufacturer out of Cincinnati, and they'll get us the best quality and best prices on our product.
We plan to advertise on various social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok by partnering with multiple social media influencers as well as having paid platform ads. We will also use Google's AdSense and search engine optimization to ensure that our products are seen during Google searches. Once we get into retail stores, we will use interactive customer displays so that potential customers will be able to see our product in use before buying it. We're so confident in the quality of our product that we offer a 30-night 100% cashback guarantee on everything we sell. We can do all of this for just $1,500 per month.
We'll have the best customer service of any other bedsheet company out there. With real people and no AIs, you can call us and get on a phone with a human instead of a robot. We'll also have scannable QR codes on all of our products, taking you to a survey, letting us know what we're doing well or what we could be doing better. We'll also have customer reviews enabled and able to be seen on our website.
Our fitted sheet only costs $27 to manufacture, while the bedsheet set, which includes a flat sheet, 2 envelope-style pillowcases, and the fitted sheet will cost $49.50 to manufacture, and we'll retail them at $80 to $100, depending on the sizes, which we have twin through king, leaving us with an average profit margin of $40 per set. Our revenue streams come from our e-commerce stores, as well as our in-store retailers, and to capture our $5 million target audience, we expect to do that in 2 years with a sale of 65,000 units. To break even on our initial investment of $7,500, we would need to sell 75 to 100 units depending on the size and the set. To break down the initial investment, it's going to be $5,000 for the initial product run, $1,500 for marketing, and another $1,000 split between insurance, research and development, and the subscriptions to our third-party commerce platforms.
Now, imagine that you had our product, the Solace Sheets. You'd have laid down in your freshly made bed and immediately fallen into a deep sleep. You'd wake up in the morning well-rested and prepared for your pitch. And if you're still not convinced, even Governor Andy Beshear said that our product is brilliant. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for presenting. So this is a commodity product, and it's a crowded market that you're talking about. Lots of players in this market. So my question is related to the patents, and it's related also to who experiences this problem as the most. So these questions are really directed also because it allows you to rethink about who are you going to go towards, given that there's a lot of other competition out there. So related to the patents, you mentioned about the 3 other competitors, and one of who has a drawstring. Did you check on the patents, et cetera, of that company? And if not, if they don't have it, have you considered applying?
Yes.
Is there anything different about yours?
So the only other drawstring system that we can find is from Comfy Snug, I believe it's the name, and they have really bad reviews, bad quality, and I don't believe they have a patent. They're a really small company with not a whole lot of support, and we think we can do it better. And eventually, we do believe, since we have so many different and new parts of our product, we could secure a patent for it.
And in terms of the group of people that are, I mean, I can imagine myself walking through a Target and looking at a number of different bed sheets out there. Who are you targeting? Is it the students who, I mean, I saw the video, it seems a lot like a student dorm. So is that the student body that you really want to look at? Are you going to target that? Are you looking at a mom like me, a parent like folks in the room. So who is it that you're going to go after?
Okay, so we are targeting people who are over the age of 30 and in the upper middle class, because as we use more, like we use better products and better materials than other like bed sheets. They're not a cheap linen, it's a 100% cotton sheet. So it'll be in the upper middle class and people who are over the age of 30. But also we could be targeting elderly people. As like bed sheets, fitted sheets, we found that many people have actually struggled a lot putting them on, and it like has caused back problems for them. Ours is much easier to put on and doesn't like have a strand on your back.
Thank you. I really like the point that you made about the elderly there as well. So thank you.
Really interesting product, especially for someone that can relate to tossing and turning at night and not being able to pitch the next morning because I'm not getting enough sleep because of my bed sheets. So I really love the product. I do kind of, going back to my colleague's question about who your audience is for this product. You know, it's interesting that you talked about influencers, using influencers to market this. Would you say that that would be still effective with a customer base that's over 30 or elderly? When you say influencer, I'm thinking like college age, teens, you know, maybe mid-20s, early 30s, but it was tough for me to think when you said your audience is over 30, but you're going to use influencers as your marketing.
Excellent question. And yes, it is largely targeted towards the younger audience with influencers. However, we did find that many people from older generations still use that and are still influenced by influencers and what they have to say and promote.
Okay, thank you.
We also later down the line want to make a line targeted towards the younger generation. It'll be cheaper and it'll be for like the college rooms.
Thanks.
All right, what an amazing job. Give it another round of applause. All right. I know it's about lunchtime, but we got another pitch for you guys. So you guys ready to listen to another pitch? Come on, are you guys ready to listen to another pitch? All right, give it up for Info Eats.
Everyone loves going out to their favorite restaurant and enjoying a nice dining experience. This experience for the average person consists of going to the restaurant, sitting down, ordering confidently, eating your food confidently, and paying the bill. Well, as someone with food allergies, this is very different. I get to the restaurant and I immediately tell the waiter that I'm allergic to shellfish. The waiter then tells me what I can and can't have on the menu and tells me that he'll let the chef know about my allergy. This is where misinformation and miscommunication can spread. This misinformation led to the hospitalization of Owen Kari. Owen Kari was celebrating his 18th birthday at a restaurant when he sat down and told the waiter that he's allergic to dairy. The waiter told him that he could have the chicken on the menu and that he'd let the chef know that he was allergic to dairy. There was miscommunication and the chef never knew about his allergy. He basted the chicken in buttermilk. When Owen started to eat his food, his lips started to tingle, his stomach churned, and he passed out. He's one of the 220,000 people every year that are hospitalized due to food allergies. And sadly, he was one of the 150 that die due to food allergies every year. This is a very prominent problem in America, and we decided to come up with a solution. Our solution is Info Eats, and this is our team. Blake, Lillian, Alex, Marianne, and Alex. And to introduce to you how we plan to solve this vast problem in America, here's Alex.
Info Eats is basically a giant database of individual restaurants, the dishes they serve, and the allergens they contain. Using Info Eats is super easy. Located on all the menus of restaurants that we partner with is a QR code. By scanning this QR code with a mobile device, you'll be redirected to our website and a specific page for that restaurant listing all the dishes they serve. At the top of the screen are little buttons representing the 9 most common food allergies as recognized by the United States government. By tapping any of these buttons, you'll be able to immediately eliminate all dishes containing that allergen from the list of dishes. For example, if I'm allergic to peanuts, I can press the little peanut button at the top of the screen, and all dishes containing peanuts, cooked near peanuts, or with any risk of peanut contamination are entirely removed from the list. This reduces and completely eliminates the risk of miscommunication between you, the waiter, and the cook, and makes your life more convenient, because now you don't need to ask the waiter every single time you're considering eating a dish. We also plan to develop a mobile app. This mobile app will be primarily targeted towards people who are maybe planning a trip in advance or frequently using our service. For example, if I'm going to a restaurant with a bunch of friends and we all have our own individual food allergies, now we can know what we're going to eat before we get to the restaurant, meaning that we're going to be guaranteed that there's a dish that we like eating and can eat, because that's another big issue people with allergies have. They might go to a restaurant and there might be nothing on the menu that they actually want to eat and can eat. Once again, this reduces the risk of miscommunication between you and the waiter and makes planning more efficient and convenient, especially for families with many children with allergies that might also be picky eaters. Our dishes are always up to date, because while we may be the ones originally digitizing the menus from the restaurants are given access to our system. So if, for example, an ingredient shortage causes a new allergen to be introduced to a dish, they can go into our system and immediately mark that dish as containing that new allergen. This, once again, ensures that our product is always reliable and accurate for the customers who are depending on us for their own safety.
Even though the market for people with food allergies may seem relatively small, according to our research and data, we found out that it's really not. There's a total of 66,936 United States restaurants, and 32 million Americans have food allergies. If we get our 5% share of all the restaurants in the United States, we will probably get about 33,000 restaurants total.
Like Alex mentioned earlier, we will be putting our QR codes at the bottom menus. Users can scan this QR code to be brought to our website so they can discover what they can and can't eat. We will be sending our current users email newsletters. These newsletters will contain new information about how our website works and future updates. Finally, we'll be reaching out on social media through influencers and our own social media platforms.
InfoEats is a revolutionary product, and unlike our competitors, our user interface is crisp, clean, and simple for everyone to use. We allow you to filter by allergen and filter by dishes.
All right, so our plans to expand are pretty simple. We are going to first start by marketing to college, such as here at NKU. We're going to partner with all of the restaurants on the campus, and we're going to digitize their menu, and then we're going to put the QR code on their menu. That way people can access it. The reason why we're starting with colleges is because college students tend to be more tech savvy, diverse, and that means that they're more likely to adopt our technology faster. Now, let's say I was a college student going to eat, say, at Norse Commons here at NKU. What I could do is I could just quickly scan a QR code conveniently placed there, and I could instantly see what and what I could not eat. In addition, maybe the next day I'm not sure what there is for breakfast. I'm not sure if I can eat that. So I pull out my phone, get on the app, and I can already tell before I even show up there. Now, after we grow our customer base doing this, what we're then going to do is expand to a bigger city, such as Louisville, and we're going to partner with all the restaurants there to begin turning a profit. Now, we talked to a few restaurants such as Buffalo Wings and Rings as well as Cat and D's, and they both really liked our product for two main reasons. First, it helps attract new customers that might have food allergies. And second, because it's less liability for the restaurants. In their eyes, it's a win-win for both the restaurant and the consumer. Now, in order for these restaurants to hop on board, they have to pay a one-time $2,000 flat fee for their very first year, and that helps pay for digitizing their menu and upkeep. And for every year after, it's a $500 annual fee in order to stay on the program. Now, this helps cover some of our costs, such as our startup cost of about $1,400. This pays for getting our app actually out on the market and our server hoster, Vulture. In addition, for every year after, it's going to be roughly $21,000, and that helps pay for our salaries as well as tax help. Now, To break even from these costs, all we need is 1 year of sales where we're projected to get about 80 sales. Now, you can see some of our projections here, where we are projected to get just short of $1 million in our first 5 years.
Adding on to what Alex said, not only did we reach out to many restaurants, but we reached out to customers too. While they all had different ideas of very positive feedback, they all came to the group consensus that this app and website is definitely a need.
You can find us on Facebook and Instagram at info.eats. If you have any questions or concerns, you may contact us at infoeats.real@gmail.com. Finally, you can check out our live demo website, infoeats.net, by scanning the QR on the screen.
Our goal at InfoEats is to make sure a situation like Owen's never happens again, and people with food allergies can live a safe, confident, and stress-free lifestyle. Thank you.
Really love this concept. Really great job in the presentation and the innovation on this. Just one question I had you thought about maybe like the catering industry, where like weddings and where people are kind of advanced scheduling and previewing the menu, and they could input their allergies in that, so.
Yeah, we have thought about the catering market as well. And we didn't include it on the slides, but we have lumped that in with our restaurants. And we plan to expand to those shortly after expanding to the restaurants. That way we can start marketing to a wider selection of different businesses and restaurants.
So thank you for a wonderful presentation, and engaging one too. Enjoyed it. Thank you. I really appreciated that you spoke not just to your business's customers like Captain D's and Buffalo
Wings and Rings.
Wings and Rings. But also to the users. You also spoke to the parents, to the others as well. So it's a simple solution. It looks interesting and clean and simple solution. And to that point, my question is about sustainability. What would you need to do to prevent any other competitor to eat away your InfoEats?
So one thing that we'd have is a pretty big head start on them. Once again, we did some sort of growth projections like we showed in that one graph, and we're projected to take off relatively quickly because of our low prices and easy access, to be honest. A lot of restaurants, while they may have in-person listings or exclusively online listings for allergens, especially like larger chains and specific franchises of those chains, we think that because of our head start, we'll sort of gain sort of brand loyalty from this, giving us, once again, a jump over our competitors, which no doubt will occur, as you've said. But we think our head start and sort of brand reputation for our original idea will prevent competitors from overtaking us.
I really love this idea. I think it's really interesting. I think the part that I look at and think could be an opportunity is not only allergens, but if someone's on a health plan, right? I mean, for me, if I'm on a certain health plan or I'm trying to get a certain amount of protein or nutrition, the math work that has to happen in my mind when I look at a menu is like overwhelming, right? And an easy way to plug in like, this is the meal plan or meal prep I want to use, and just being able to pick from the restaurants around me of what I'm available to eat could be an opportunity in the future. The only question I've got is how did you pick Captain D's and Wings and Rings as the two restaurants?
So I called my cousin up, and she works at Wings and Rings, and I said, hey, can I talk to your manager about food allergies? And she said, sure. And then she told me that she also owns a Captain D's, and I was like, man, that sounds great. So.
I love that. I also, what I really like about this is that you're focusing on a college campus first, and I think that will provide you a ton of insight when you're selling this product to other restaurants. So great work.
Thank you.
All right, one more round of applause for everyone who went this morning. Yeah. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being so encouraging and wonderful through all of those pitches, and thank you, judges, for great questions and encouragement as well. We will go ahead in a moment and break for lunch. I know for some of you who got the screenshot of the schedule of the day from your E, potentially, you'll see we're running ahead of schedule, which is great. So we will break for lunch at, it's close to noon, so noon, and then we will come back at 1. So it will be a whole hour for us today. I do want to just mention a couple things before we break. One, where the food is. The food is, like I said this morning, right outside in this lobby, lined up there. There are box lunches so I guess you're right, technically my left right now. Right in this corner of the lobby, there is some gluten-free, dairy-free, any kind of allergies here to the left. And there's also, if you walk out these doors, there's more lunches on this side. And you're welcome to eat in the overflow room as well as this room. And if you do want to leave for lunch, that is all right as well. We will wait until 1 to get started again, just in case we have some people coming who saw the schedule coming at 1. So before we break though, I just want to mention, I really appreciate your attention and your encouragement to all of our E's. One thing that is a little bit distracting, which I'm sure you all have noticed, these doors are loud. And so I don't want, I feel like I'm up here to maybe talking to E's. I'm not, but I would love it if we could keep from leaving the room, maybe when there are claps or after, or just being quieter with the doors even, would be really helpful because it can be kind of distracting for them up here. It's their first time up on stage. So we just want to be mindful of that. So thank you all so much. We're excited to kick off the next part of Demo Day at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you soon. Thank you. right, welcome back. Welcome back after lunch.
Yay! How about that first half of the day? 10 amazing, amazing pitches. Yes. Absolutely. We've got 10 more coming, if you can believe that. It's I don't know, words fail me, which isn't good in this role. Yeah. But, you know, we wanted to talk with you a little bit before we get started again, because we do need you. We've talked about your role here today, and there's another role that we want to talk with you about just a little bit here before we get rolling again. So the Governor's School for Entrepreneurs, you know, we've seen this innovation, this inspiration, these amazing students doing their thing up here, and you do help make that possible. We are a nonprofit organization. We do get support from the state, and we need support also from private donors, families, foundations, and so on. And that's what Erica and I are here to talk with you about just a little bit here today before we move on. We, over the past 10 years, you know, as a startup nonprofit, we've had some scrappy times. One of our core values is scrappy makes us happy, because, you know, we really do try to live that entrepreneurial life in our own business, in our own nonprofit. And there have been some years that we've grown over the 10 years where it's been tight, real tight. And as we have grown now to this amazing 10th anniversary, 200 students, and things are stable, and that is because of folks like you. And so we're just asking you, we're here to ask you to consider making a donation to the Governor's School for Entrepreneurs, because everything that you're seeing up here, it's free.
That's right.
There is no charge for these students, for the hundreds of hours put in here, the lifetime friendships. I like to think about this is 3 weeks in the summertime, which right now in their life seems like forever. But honest to goodness, 3 weeks, and it transforms lives and communities, and it's free. And that's because of the support that we get. And so we're just here to ask you to give for the ease. And Erica's going to tell you how we make it real easy for you to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So the QR code is here. You can use, and feel free. You know, today we're kicking off our Give for the Ease campaign for the summer. So with you all, and there is, if you access that QR code, you can donate there. There's multiple different options, and you know, if you want to be a monthly donator, you can do that too. We have that there for you. You don't have to do it right this second. It is on our website, and we appreciate you looking it up. And I just want to say too, I know, you know, I've had lots of conversations with parents over the last 3 weeks, and just to speak to this notion of it being free, I know that you all know, like, all of, you know, all the field trips, all the meals, all the memories, all the NKU sunsets and volleyball time. I don't know if anyone got pictures of all of that. I hope you did, and if you didn't, they have them on their phones, so ask them for them.
Yes, get them.
And, you know, all of those memories and all of that is completely free, and the fact that we as Kentuckians can say that, and that we do, you know, our state also supports that, and you all support it, they support students in Kentucky is so important. It's so important to, you know, for entrepreneurship to continue for years and years, and to bring economic, you know, growth back, and continue for it to grow in Kentucky. So I just wanted to speak a little bit to that, is that these 100 students, 200 next session 2, get to experience this completely for free. And it's incredible. It keeps this program inclusive to everyone across the state too, and that's a really important piece as well. So talk to your ease, you know, talk to your students, talk to them on the ride home, ask them about their experience. If they haven't been, you know, calling you these last 3 weeks, they've been awfully busy. So ask them, and then I hope that those stories also encourage you to give back to such a great program. So.
And if QR codes aren't your thing, you can just go right to our website. Yep. And it'll be right there, the Give for the Ease campaign kicking off today. It'll be up at least through the next session.
That's right.
And so we're open for business there for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for considering it. We really appreciate it. And thank you for sharing your students with us these last 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
We ready for round 2?
That's right. We'll
Let's
kick it
do
off.
it. All right.
What a great cause. And I'm about to introduce a great group. Let's give it up for Fireside.
Picture this. You're 18 and you're heading to the voting booth for the very first time, but you know nothing about politics. You're sweating, wondering if you should even be there. Everyone keeps pushing you to vote, but are you ready to vote? Statistically, probably not.
373,238. That is the number of eligible voters in Kentucky between the ages of 17 and 25. 54.7% of these voters did not participate in the last election. You may be wondering why this is a problem. This is a problem because voting engagement is at an all-time low. Our solution is to bring awareness to this by educating this age range more on their local, state, and national political candidates. In fact, 61% of voters do not feel informed on their political candidates.
Now, let's meet the team. Hi, I'm Kylie. This is Ryan, Lily, Carolina, and Braylon, and we are Fireside, educating voters one swipe at a time. At Fireside, our goal is to educate voters aged 17 through 25. We want our app to be interactive and engaging. In the end, our goal is to increase voting engagement throughout the U.S. You may be wondering, why Fireside? Unlike other apps, our app begins with an introduction survey, allowing us to get to know our users. Our app also has interactive, fun, and engaging features. One of our main competitors is the League of Women Voters app. This app has long, boring reads and no interactive features like Fireside. Another one of our main competitors is A Starting Point. This app was created by Chris Evans, also known as Captain America. This app appears to be a little out of date and does not have the interactive features like our app has. This is why we think you should use Fireside for all of your political knowledge.
Now, let me introduce you to our very engaging and informative app, Fireside. Our app is made of 4 whole components, one of which is the introduction survey. Here, the user will be asked a total of 20 questions surrounding their political beliefs. Some could be, do you know your local politicians? These people will then begin answering these questions and eventually get to the results tab. When the results tab appears, their views will be split into 4 total axes: diplomatic, societal, civil, and economic. This will show their political leanings from left to right and the policies they best agree with, along with the politicians they best agree with. Next up is our political swiping game, which is very interactive for all of our users. Here, each user will see a flashcard on their screen. This flashcard will show a politician's certain viewpoint on a policy, but the key thing here is no politician's name nor face will be shown here, and it will simply be their viewpoint on this policy. If you agree with this, you will swipe right. If you do not agree, you will swipe left. You will get to 30 matches, and then you'll get your results tab for this. This will give you the ideologies and politicians you best agree with and the ones you do not agree with. Next up is another very engaging part of our app, which is Guess the Politician. This is our take on Guess Who, as we all know what that game is. Here, you'll have 2 live users playing against each other in a face-to-face format. Each user will choose a politician of their choice or liking. Then their opponent will continue asking questions about their politician until they either correctly or incorrectly guess the politician of their choosing. This is supposed to keep our users very engaged and interactive throughout all of our app. And lastly is our premium subscription service throughout our app. This will be in 3 total tiers that'll be monthly. There's a free tier that gives you all the interactive game modes that you could wish of, such as the survey, swiping, and guess the politician. Then, with the $2.99 a month app, this will give you no ads. And may I also say that none of our ads are politically informative or biased. It's simply just about companies that want to target towards teenagers. Then, for the $9.99 version, you will get the no ads, a local tracker for all your local political needs, and then news article discounts. Now, let me dive more into that local tracker. My home county is Adair County, so if I bought this subscription, I would enter in my zip code, and then I'd get an interactive map such as above. Then I would click on a pin of my hometown, Columbia, and I would get all my local races coming up and my politicians' beliefs and what they are running for. This is why we believe Fireside is the best to keep local politics and all people informed from all ages. Thank you.
Let's talk about how this could potentially be financially attainable. With an average startup cost of $93,000, we can assume that we're going to push $78,000 towards app development, specifically because the zip code engagement is very expensive software. The other $15,000 will be targeted towards marketing. With a 12-month plan, we can understand that there are 27 million voters aged 17 to 25 that did not participate in their last election. While Fireside is a small startup app, we believe we should target the 204,000 17 to 25-year-olds that did not participate in the Kentucky elections. Out of that 204,000, we believe that in 1 year, Fireside is able to attain 10,200 citizens, or 5%. At that 10,200 citizens, we believe we can get them to spend $30 to $36 on our app. This startup cost would be blown out of the water, and we would instantly start pouring profit in our first year. But while that's all fine and good, we can't just wish it into reality. Marketing is our most important aspect. We're going to target colleges, student-run organizations, and political majors that people find engaging. We're also going to go after the 17 to 25-year-olds that don't attend a college or university, as they are equally important here at Fireside. The people that might work in a body shop with their dad, the people that might help someone else out, or they're not able or financially stable enough to participate in college, but voting is an American right, and at Fireside, we believe it's just as important for everyone to have a chance. Next is social venues. This demographic of society loves participating in group events. Things like the Taylor Swift concert that's going on right now. Participating and engaging at these events, we'll find our perfect age range and advocate our application towards them. And finally, online applications. This demographic of society loves their phones, social media in particularly. Targeting ads towards TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, etc. is very important in making our app reliable and attainable. And our next steps, as we are a small startup, we need contracts, specifically with the Associated Press, a non-biased, nonpartisan app. This news report, with this funding from Fireside, we are able, or not funding, this contract from Fireside, we'll receive their edited reports and directly integrate them into Fireside. This allows for no third-party confusion. Next is funding. Fireside is taking a social venture viewpoint and business model. This would allow for us to receive government grants that could potentially aid our startup cost, and everything we make from them would be viewed as a profit. And then finally, college partnerships. As a future aspiration, Fireside believes that we could sell a flat fee to colleges, specifically in Kentucky first, that would attain all of their student body to be able to access our premium subscription. This would cut down on us ad marketing to colleges, as well as them not having to pay us monthly subscription or their students, making it more enticing in their political majors. And finally, at Fireside, if we can get America to join in our movement, we're looking at a more inclusive, diverse, and educated America.
Now imagine you're that same voter as before, but this time it's 2 years later and you're heading back to the polls. This time you're not nervous at all because you use Fireside for all your political needs. Now let's take a quote from Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky. He says we wouldn't have as many problems in society if young voters were heading back to the polls. And with Fireside, we have the potential to give education to young voters that is unbiased and have a decisive mentality in their future voting. Thank you.
Great work. I freaking love this idea.
Thank you.
I think this is so important. One of the comments / questions that I've got is, Have you thought, I would say probably for an app like this, user is really important, those user numbers. Have you thought about just not having a subscription and focusing on selling the data from your users? There's a huge market for buying political data to run campaigns.
I actually love you mentioned that. If I had more time in this presentation, I would have gone on to a segment of that. So our mentors, JD and Mike, through countless, rehearsing with our program, I mentioned third-party surveys, and JD was like, well, why do you want to sell that information? And I viewed it as, if we could get outside companies that want data from this age range of their political beliefs to be, for them to take a survey and then implement it into their databases, why shouldn't we do that? So I actually do believe that's great, and I think Fireside will do that sometime in the future, allowing some survey to be implemented into our app. If that user chooses to then do the survey, it helps us out as well as that survey company.
And you wouldn't even need a survey. I'm just saying selling the data that they input to use the app.
Yes.
This is really cool.
Thank you.
So I'll echo my colleagues' comments. It is a wonderful idea and a great presentation. I also really liked, the youth that you have identified and their lack of association with the politics is a real problem in a democracy like the United States. I really liked that this app and the model that you've identified here is very engaging and interactive, which really aligns well with the student body that you're looking at. I also appreciated the subscription model and the layering of that subscription model as well, and advertising pulled into it as a source of revenue. The fact that you went into the specifics of your target market, that you're not just saying college campuses, but I heard someone say student-run organizations, getting specifically to those folks is going to be so important. I am just curious, how did you come up with this problem?
I want to let Braylon answer that.
Well, to begin with, this was my idea because I feel like many youth are just not fully educated on political beliefs. And I thought, what's something youth like? We like to be interactive and engaging. So I thought, let's bring that to an app. Let's implement this into colleges and high schools, and let's see where it takes off. And that's where we are right now with Fireside.
Again, great concept, love the idea. I would be interested, what feedback did you get from, if you did any research on, so that demographic, the 17 to 25, like what were their views coming back to you to reinforce this, or that you used in the development? Because I know the end product will benefit the political system, but like what were the views of those folks that you were talking to that either reinforced this as an idea or challenged some of your original beliefs?
Right, so as groups have mentioned earlier, throughout our team time, Carolina was very adamant on pushing out a group survey that they had organized. How politically engaged do you feel? Where do you get your news from? Do you feel like it's swaying one way or the other? Are you being told the truth? And with over 390 responses, you wouldn't believe how many people said, I feel like I'm being lied to. I'm not getting the truth. I've turned away from it. I've formed a toxic mentality towards politics. Something like this would be so refreshing. So that sort of gave us the drive to, educate more in an unbiased way on Fireside. Does that answer your question?
You mentioned 54.7% do not participate, have not participated. What was the reason? Is it lack of information? Is it that toxicity? Is it anything else? Why were they not participating?
I would say lack of information could be some of that, and also maybe just some people just might not simply care about the races ongoing. So our goal with that is to also just implement this into a history class, possibly partnering with the high school, having like a one-day session with the people in this history class, getting people who normally don't vote just to give it a try and see where it goes with that.
Hi, next I welcome on stage an exceptional team filled with innovative ideas and unwavering determination. So please give a huge round of applause to Jord.
This is Lou. Lou is a restaurant owner who creates copious amounts of food waste each day. He feels completely overcharged by the current compost company he's working with and is thinking about dropping them. That includes the separation of food waste. Whenever food waste is put back into landfills, it creates methane. Methane is a toxic gas that not only contributes to global warming, but also pollution of the air we breathe in. On average, restaurants in the USA create 8,330 pounds of trash each day. That is the equivalent of 130 billion meals a year and $408 billion worth of food. I'm Moni Andel.
I'm AJ Stewart. I am Isaiah White.
I'm Jewel Dixon, and our company can help solve Lou's issue by composting that food waste into soil for gardeners. Now, here's a little bit on how we work. We can divide it up into 3 simple steps. First, we will begin by personally going and collecting organic food waste from local businesses and restaurants. Second, we will begin composting that food waste using industrial composting machines. And lastly, we will pour that composted soil into biodegradable burlap bags and ship it to retailers and consumers. We plan to partner with a multitude of local businesses and organizations across the Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana region. We hope to reach an eco-conscious and environmentally friendly gardener spectrum and sell to gardeners who seek a higher quality product. We will begin with 2 main streams of revenue, the first being from retailer purchases, and the second will come from individual consumers who buy from our website.
So what makes us different from other brands and companies? While other compost companies take the organic food waste and turn it into compost, they put it back into landfills, ignoring their whole goal and creating a bigger problem. While here at Jord, we take that compost and sell it back to consumers through retail sales. Here at Jord, we also value the opinions of professionals and researchers, such as Dr. Catrue, a plant pathologist at University of Kentucky who thinks that our competitors, such as Miracle-Gro, are doing more harm than good whenever they use their chemical-based soil.
Now I'm going to talk a little bit about how we intend to build our brand for consumers. Here at Jord, we believe we're more than just a brand. We believe we're more than just a business and a profit motive. We're an initiative. We're a movement. Every day, we're fighting for a more sustainable and economically viable future, but that doesn't come easy. At Jord, we believe in putting in hard work to get out what we need and to get out what we want from the environment. The environment takes so much damage from us every single day. Just think about your cars driving on the way here. Think about the gas you used on the way here. And not even pertaining to gas, think about all the food that we all waste on a daily basis. Think about the food that we waste when we go out to eat, the food that we waste in our homes, the food that's thrown away at a grocery store when no one wants to eat it anymore. That's the problem we're here to solve. Our name, Jord, which is an Icelandic term for earth, because that's what we put at the center and the forefront of everything we do, the planet. This is how we plan to reach our targeted consumers. This is our marketing agenda. We predominantly plan to target apps that utilize algorithms to show consumers content on their feed which they show great interest in. These are going to be apps like TikTok, Instagram, and Pinterest. We primarily plan to target users with interests in things like gardening, sustainability, floriculture, and eco-environmentalism. And here's how we plan to keep consumers coming back after every purchase. Our customer care. Whenever someone orders a product from our website, they'll get a thank you note along with their product and a coupon code on the back so they can order more. And our product quality is unmatched in our industry, not just the quality of our soil, but the look and feel of our lined bags. And our consumer feedback, which we take to heart. We evaluate it and reinvest it into our brand to ensure that to ensure that consumers get a cohesive and quality experience whenever purchasing from us. And now to Isaiah.
And I will talk about our financing and data. So, our team found that the total market for garden and lawn care services is valued around $129.3 billion. This is a large number that is increasing every year, and we plan to condense this number into a more sustainable market with the metropolitan and urban areas centered around the states of Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana, as this is where a large portion of our consumers reside. We plan to take a 5% stake in this market as a startup and hopefully build our wealth around $110 million. So, the cost to produce one of our bags of compost is around $3.32 per unit. We plan to sell at around $8.50 to our business partnered retailers as a business-to-business model. We then plan to recommend that these retailers sell to at $16 to $20 to not only promote profit for themselves, but to maintain a healthy and stable relationship as business partners. Additionally, we plan to sell our product on our website at around $10 to $20 directly to our consumers. Now, let's get into our startup costs. We plan to start our business at around $250,000. This number is attributed to our operations, which consist of us actively packaging and making our product, our expenses, which contribute to our shipping and transporting of our product, our composting hardware, which are our industrial composting machines to actually make our composted soil, our marketing, and our leasing of a small place in which we will actually make our compost. And now on to our sales projections. In 2029, we plan to sell around $2 million in revenue alone, just directly from our retailers, as well as $1 million directly from our website in 2029. And in 2028, we plan to sell around 200,000 bags of our compost directly from our retailers. Let's get into our profit. Over the next 5 years, we plan to make around $7 million in profit, averaging around $1.1 million per year. In 2026, we plan to break even and make around $139,000 in total.
So join us in the initiative to create a more eco-conscious future, so restaurant owners like Lou can have a more healthy and nourishing way to give back their food waste to the environment. Thank you.
I'll start. Great concept, and really applaud your presentation and this initiative. A question I had is, what in your research led you to think that now consumers would be willing to pay this type of price for this soil product? Do you think that there's enough awareness out there or outrage around this problem that they would then dig into their pocket and pay, let's call it $20 for a bag of soil?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, we're dealing with this problem right now. I don't know if you guys noticed or have been outside at all today, but the air is very smoky. The air is very foggy. And that's because of climate change. That's because of wildfires happening in Canada that are now having an effect here on the people that live here, the people that work here, and the people that play here. So this isn't an issue, unlike most other issues we're presenting today, this isn't an issue that's down the road or only affects certain people. This is everyone's issue. This is our issue as a collective humanity. Which is why we see that this is certainly something that consumers are going to buy into. In fact, consumers are more likely to purchase eco-friendly products, especially the younger generations. The younger the generation is, the more likely they are to spend more money on products that are eco-friendly. Thank you for the question.
So congratulations, and thank you for presenting. We said this in the first round as well, that and over the break, the three of us were talking that it's fascinating to see that your group of students is so socially aware, and the fact that there's just so many social venture ideas that are being presented and pitched. So thank you for doing that and taking all of us further ahead as well. So my question is, So there was a slide where you were showing what you all do versus what the other competitors are and where your strengths are in comparison to the competitors. So my question is, why is it that the existing competitors haven't been able to do what you're proposing to do, particularly related to the retail compost?
Okay, so there's actually very few brands that do eco-friendly gardening on a wide scale. You may be able to find some at your local florist shop or maybe at your local plant shop, but places that cater to eco-friendly consumers in the gardening market is just not there. Like we mentioned, composting companies that are traditional composting companies, they charge to take compost away. They create the compost, but then they don't retail sell it back into the market. While here at Jord, we do that. And our competitors like Miracle-Gro, who may sell composted soil, they don't make it themselves, and they don't make it from food waste from restaurants. They get it from a third-party source, and oftentimes add fillers like sphagnum moss and harmful chemical fertilizers, which aren't good for the environment, not good for the people, and certainly not good for, well, anyone else.
A really interesting topic, great presentation. I think I've just got one comment. Your team did a really great job of showing enthusiasm for this product. You can tell that everyone that spoke today really cared about this and was really excited about it. And I could tell that as a judge and as a consumer and as a member of the audience. So really great work. I really appreciate your enthusiasm. And just being able to demonstrate just how much you care about this.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges.
Wow, what a great presentation. This next group of E's has been working extremely hard to bring you this presentation. So let's give a warm welcome to Convo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I start with a quick question? By a show of hands, how many people in this room tonight have either had or has known someone that has had a speech impediment? Okay, you can put your hands down. Now, I started with this interactive question because I, too, have had a personal story about someone I've known that has been affected by a speech impediment. And I know how complicated that has been for them and the impacts it has had on their life. And that is why it's so important that I tell you this information today. Would you believe me if I told you that there were over 1.2 million children that have been diagnosed with speech impediment disorders in 2022 alone? How about if I told you that there were over 18.5 million people worldwide that have speech impediments? In fact, there's been over an 100% increase in children diagnosed with speech impediments post-COVID, post-pandemic. And 1 in 12 children in the United States, ages 3 to 17, have struggled with a disorder related to speech, voice, and/or language. That means that out of each dozen of you in this room right now, 1 out of the 12 have either probably been affected or has known someone that has been affected by speech impediment. And that really pulls on my heartstrings because many of these children go on to face many implications in their adulthood, affecting the way they communicate, interact with others, and overall their social and emotional well-being. And that is a problem. In fact, that is a really big problem in desperate need of a greater solution. Hi, I'm Asia, and I'm here with Xander, Taylor, Will, and Connor to present to you this solution.
The solution is Convo. Convo is an educational website catered towards children with speech impediments. Convo's workflow can be split up into 3 different segments. The first one being assess, where you and your child will go through a quick questionnaire asking you questions based on pronunciation to kind of get an idea where your child's strengths and weaknesses lie when it comes to them speaking. The second segment is play, where you and your child will get a ton of awesome games and activities catered specifically towards them based off the results of the assessment. Then our last segment is test, where you and your child will go through a quick test for the chance to win some awesome rewards and prizes to keep them engaged. Here's 3 examples of some of the games we have at Convo. The first one is a jungle game, where if you get a word correctly, you can feed a fun little jungle animal. The second one is a space exploration game, and the third one is a sports game. Convo's subscription plan comes in at $9.99 per month or $100 per year.
Now, Xander, let me ask you a question. Did you know that the cost of 1 year of in-person speech therapy is equivalent? Did you know that the cost of 1 hour of in-person speech therapy is equivalent to a whole year of our product?
I did, and that's just one of many benefits that Convo provides.
That's right. And here at Convo, we are going to be selling directly to you, the customer, or in our case, the parents. For Convo's marketing scheme, we are going to be taking to social media, primarily TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. While out of the 3, we will be targeting Facebook the most because 8 out of 10 parents in this room have a Facebook account. And we are going to be creating our own accounts as well as posting ads on these 3 websites. Our second way of marketing is going to be hiring an email marketing firm, which will assess our target market and our target audience and send out thousands of emails to email addresses. Our third way is going to be locally promoting our product in daycares, neighborhoods, and schools. Now, the market size for speech therapy is around $4.6 billion each year. We're going to be targeting children in the age range of 3 to 8, and there are about 3 million of them that went to speech therapy last year. Our long-term goal is to take 10% of this target market, and that will be around 300,000 kids.
So you may be thinking, there's already a solution to this problem, and it's in-person speech therapy. But there are some downsides to that. For one, it's just not accessible to some people. You may not have a speech therapist for maybe 50 miles around you, but with Convo, as long as you have an internet connection and a web browser, you can access our website. Also, speech therapy is time-consuming. It could take hours to drive to and from an appointment, and maybe even finding a parking spot could be a difficult thing for you to do. But Convo can be done in your home, around your family. And also, it depends on external factors, which means your child's not going to learn as well in a doctor-like office environment than they will when they're sitting on the couch learning hand-in-hand with you, the parent. Now, even with these downsides, we don't see Convo as a replacement to speech therapy, but more of an aid to help make speech therapy a better program. So some of our competitors would be Articulation Station, Speech Blubs, and Otsimo. And these are on the App Store, so they're not websites like us, and they are cheaply produced, and they are there to make some quick money. So we do 4 things that they only do maybe 1 or 2 of, and one of them is our voice recognition, which instantly tells you if the child pronounced a word or noise correctly, so you get instant feedback. Another one would be our 14-day free trial, which gives you full access to our website, so you know if your child can get beneficial help, while they might give you 2 or 3 free levels before you have to pay. Also, our pre-assessment, which Xander touched on, which gives you personalized games that specifically focus the skills that you may struggle in. And also our reward system, which keeps the child engaged, wanting to learn for hours and hours. So after we talked to some people, one being a speech therapist, another person who had a relative who went through speech therapy, and finally a fellow student here at GSE. And mainly the speech therapist talked about how Convo is a great solution for someone who doesn't meet the standard requirements of speech therapy. And so they can do it on their own, and they maybe don't need insurance or something like that. But also talking to the person who had a relative go through, it was really hard for them because they felt judged and excluded because they had to leave class to go to speech therapy. But with Convo, it's a discreet and easy way for you to get help. And finally, talking to the fellow student here, they felt like Convo was a great resource for learning at your own pace, and you don't need someone else to look over your shoulder to help you learn.
As someone who has attended speech therapy, I truly do believe that Convo is a solution to your child's speech impediments. But let's talk financials. The startup cost for Convo is just under $80,000, and the majority of that is spent on software development and website design to keep your kid engaged and entertained as they learn. Although $78,000 is a large sum of money, we plan to break even in just 6 months. After we reach 787 households, we will break even and begin to make a profit. Not only that, but in the first year alone, we plan to reach 2,000 families, grossing a revenue of $200,000 to $240,000, or $121,000 to $161,000 in profit.
Now, our expected growth by the end of 5 years, we expect to be in 30,000 American households being actively used, and that grosses about $3 million to $3.6 million in revenue, depending on which subscription plan they use. And finally, our next steps, we plan to implement into school districts, but more importantly, speech therapy offices, so we can really help speech therapy become a fun and engaging activity for kids to enjoy.
Now, remember those 1.2 million children I mentioned earlier? Imagine if they had access to a platform such as Convo, and how their life and their future would benefit from this solution. Convo, empowering future voices. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you very, very much for a wonderful presentation. I know I also probably am echoing the thoughts that are going on in my colleagues' minds here, my fellow judges. I certainly appreciate the solution being very equitable and equity and access is an issue, particularly in healthcare and some of the other very important avenues for us. And I appreciate the solution being very equitable and provides access to those in need. My question is about, you talked about the communication channels, you talked about the target market, you talked about the people that you will be getting to. My question is, what is the specific value proposition that you will pitch to get to the 787 families that you're talking about that will allow you to break even?
So I think I went over it briefly, but I think it's the accessibility and the ease of use that we can offer, and mainly the personalized plan that we can give you. So after you take our survey, your child can get personalized help based on what skills they need to learn. And I feel like that's a really important value that you need to know about, and you need to get the help that your child needs to succeed later in their life.
And ask you for a 60-second pitch. What does that 1-minute pitch look like? You're in an elevator and you have to give a pitch about your idea. What does that look like? Sorry about putting you on a spot here.
So what would it look like for me is I would say like, oh, we're a game, we're an app that personally gives your child something very special. With our assessment, we give your child a plan personally catered towards them and what problems they're having, but we do that in such a way that makes it very fun and interactive. And that's kind of how we differ from our competition, especially that assessment part, because none of those other apps, though they have little games, some work, some don't, but we have that assessment part that really makes sure your child's learning what they need to learn.
Thank you. And you've answered the question about the value proposition right there in your pitch here. Thank you.
That was super impressive to be able to do an elevator pitch on the spot. So, I mean.
Thank you.
I had one question. You had a slide up there with your competitors. Do you have any idea through the research that you've completed what their user data is like, or how many individual users they've got?
So I downloaded a couple of those apps, and I'm not entirely sure how you know the amount of downloads because it didn't immediately say, but they each had a couple thousand reviews, and a lot of them talked about how once you signed up, they made it really hard for you to unsubscribe, so they kept charging you after you tried to unsubscribe. And they also talked about how some of the features just didn't function the way they say they would. The voice and face recognition on those apps didn't work. I actually used it. I pointed it towards the ceiling and I didn't say anything, and it still gave me credit like I said the word. So they don't work like they advertise they do.
Thank you.
One quick question, great idea, love this concept, great presentation. Had you thought about how different from those apps that you would integrate like user feedback? How would you use that as part of your ongoing development?
So I do think user feedback is a very useful tool for development. I myself will be developing the app. So I'll definitely look into places where those feedback things could be submitted, and I definitely myself take those into consideration because I think user feedback is one of the most effective methods into improving a product. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Will, and I'm a TL here.
My name is Zach, and I'm also a TL for this group.
I'm going to ask everyone here politely to go absolutely wild for the excellent team, MEND. MEND!
Imagine, it's 2021 in the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Schools are strictly regimented, mental health rates are plummeting. Teenagers everywhere are looking for reliable mental health resources, and the wait lists to get into therapists are months long. This is my story. My name is Emma White, and in 2021, I was diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. I went to a therapist recommended by my doctor, but we never really clicked. And I never felt comfortable enough to share my symptoms with her. After months of therapy, I stopped going. I tried to look for reliable self-help resources, but I didn't know which ones I could trust and which ones would actually help me. Eventually, I began to suffer, alone, and in silence. But this isn't just about me. This is about the one in every 20, 15 to 19-year-olds that struggle with an anxiety disorder. This is about the one in every 7, 10 to 19-year-olds that struggle with a mental illness. This is about suicide being the 4th leading cause of death in 15 to 29-year-olds. If we can save just one of these lives, it will have been worth it. Now, this is our team. You've already met me, Emma White, but we also have Dylan Todd, Daniel Ratley, Audrey Keith, and Sam Clark.
Now let me tell you a little bit about our solution, MEND. MEND is an easily accessible online platform with a variety of ways to address your mental health issues. When you first log into our platform, you'll enter your information so that we can best curate your feed for you. Feeling isolated like Emma did is more and more common ever since the global pandemic. That's why we offer self-help videos made by mental health professionals that you know you can trust. This addresses the issue of not having to worry about misinformation. We also offer a Find a Therapist tool. This allows you to find a therapist in your area, ideally suited to you, so you can click with them immediately and not have the same problem that Emma did. You can filter through these therapists by things such as demographic or specialty, so if you have a specific problem, you can find a therapist best suited to solve it. We also have an always available
password-protected journal, so you can always write down your thoughts no matter where you are. You can type or use voice to text, depending on the situation you're in. Journaling is also proven to reduce stress, anxiety, and depression. You can later share these thoughts with your therapist so that they can find the best treatment for you.
Our target market. Our target market is adolescents ages 15 through 20 years old. The reason why we have chose this target market is because of their increasing mental health problems. Throughout our research, we have found out that over 20% of people in this demographic deal with mental health issues. And now for a competition. We have 3 main competitors: BetterHelp, Good Therapy, and Cerebral. As you can see on the chart, we cover almost every category. The categories that we cover are finding a therapist, using a self-help video hub, and using our journal function. The category that we do not cover is telehealth. The reason why we do not cover it is because we feel, here at Mend, we feel that telehealth won't always fix mental health problems. We feel like with our new ways of using the self-help video hub and our journal function, we feel that those would help since these are brand new and you can see that other companies do not use these. We feel with these new inventions that we have made in our app puts us ahead of the competition to make our app better than theirs.
But don't just listen to us. We talked to some potential customers in the same demographic that we are targeting. One anonymous 16-year-old said that they would be very interested in the platform that we would provide, and that being able to tie the self-help tool and the finding therapist tool would be very useful. Another anonymous 17-year-old said that they would benefit from the self-help hub, and that being able to bridge the gap between patient and therapist would lead to much more effective therapy.
There are 337,000 adolescents in our target age range in the state of Kentucky alone. 29% of these adolescents experience poor mental health. That means that we have 98,000 potential target customers in our state. If we can obtain 5% of this market, that means we can acquire 5,000 users. 1 in 5 people in our target demographic consume podcasts in their free time. That's why we plan to utilize podcast ad reads on platforms such as Spotify and Apple Podcasts, as well as social media ads on platforms such as TikTok and Instagram to promote our app. We will charge our users $4 a month on a basic subscription service after the first month free. And once we recruit enough users, we will start charging therapists $100 annually so that they can advertise themselves and connect with potential clients. We approximate it'll only take $12,000 to start up, $8,000 for basic app development in the first year of maintenance, as well as $4,000 for our first marketing budget. To break even and become profitable, we will have to sell only 3,000 months of subscription to our users.
Our plan to pursue this product starts small in Louisville, where we will connect therapists to the app for free, allowing them to promote themselves and gain customers until we obtain 1,000 users. After that, we would like to partner with the American Psychological Association to connect even more therapists and psychologists from across the country and gain some credit. Once we do that, we would like to branch out to surrounding states and different regions, and then expand our customer segment to 21 to 29-year-olds.
Using Mend, myself and other teenagers like me that struggle with our mental health can utilize both the self-help portion and the finding a therapist tool to best address our mental health needs. We can utilize the journal to be able to write down our thoughts whenever and wherever we want and know that our thoughts are kept safe by the password-protected aspect. We can utilize the self-help video hub to see videos that specifically address our needs and know that these videos are credible. Finally, we can utilize the finding a therapist aspect in order to find therapists that click with us so that I don't go through the same problem that happened to me earlier. If you have any questions or wish to contact us, please use our email, mendselfhelp@gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Again, really interesting project. So the question that I've got is, it seems like the tool would be used to assist therapists or in place of therapists. So the story you told earlier, I can totally relate with, and I think a lot of us can, where you may get to the point where you'd like to talk to someone or you need help, but you just can't get in to see that provider, right?
Yes.
So I was a little confused in the presentation whether it would be a tool, because you said you're partnering with therapists, or would it be?
Yeah. So it would be both a self-help aspect, and then using the Find the Therapist tool, we would also be able to connect like teenagers our age that wish to go see a therapist. We would be able to connect them with therapists in their area. However, we on our platform are not facilitating actual therapy. So we're using self-help resources like the Video Hub as well as the Journal to target needs when you can't get into a therapist because the wait times are so long, but we're also connecting patients with therapists.
Yeah, thank you. Really great work.
Thank you.
Yeah, commend you on the presentation. Your total addressable market, unfortunately, is growing as this just becomes more of a prevalent issue. Always has been, but more being brought to the forefront by presentations and forward-thinking folks like you, so applaud you for that. I think does the log, as you do your logging, is that already integrating into this matching that's going on with the podcasting? And so how does the log, when you capture your log thoughts, how does that lead you into maybe the podcast that you might be recommending that they use, if that makes sense?
We weren't necessarily using the podcast as like a tool to give self-help advice. It's more as a marketing tool in order to draw customers into our app. And then the log is just purely like for your thoughts, your feelings. And I really like journaling. It helps me work through what's going on in my head. But my journal, I keep it in my room at my bed, so I don't always have it with me. And that's where the idea for the journal was born, to have something that's always with you, always available. And then also the text-to-speech. Some people don't feel that typing is the best way, and just to record your thoughts can be very useful, so that's kind of where that was born from.
I don't have a question, but a comment here. The problem of mental health currently and the growing problem that we are seeing, and also the lack of sufficient access and equity again for individuals to get to a therapist. There are fewer out there, and the availability and the time it takes I have a problem today. I don't want to wait another month to get to that. And so that is really an issue. If this were to be a real business for you, a real venture for you, I will encourage you to also explore the new disruptive models that are coming up in healthcare. There is one coming up here in the city of Cincinnati itself, which is direct to patient and which is looking at metabolic health and behavioral health, everything happening under the same roof, and it's a subscription-based model as well. So those kinds of healthcare models that might be a great partner for a venture like yours as well.
Thank you so much.
Good job, good job. Good job. Awesome, great job, team, and thank you all. Great to see you all back again. I'm here to introduce our next team. They've been working super hard, super proud of them. Let's give a great big round of applause for Willow.
Hi, my name is Anna McDowell, and this is my service dog, Willow. When I was 14 years old, I was diagnosed with a severe disability. This disability became life-altering to me. It kept me from going out and seeing my friends and doing all the things that I previously enjoyed doing. After going through treatment, it was noted that I was eligible to have a service dog. This was super exciting for me because it meant that I could be more independent, and it meant that I would have so many more opportunities. What I didn't know was that my life was actually about to get substantially harder. Having a service dog means going to every restaurant, every event, and never having certainty of if your dog will fit under the table or if the employees will be accepting. Sorry. I would rather put myself at jeopardy and not bring my dog than take her and not be for certain if the place I'm going will be accommodating or not.
Just like Anna said, there are millions of Americans isolating themselves at home because they don't know if a place is able to accommodate their specific needs. What if the elevator is broken? What if there's no room under the table for my service dog or no room for the wheelchair? If I have a panic attack, are the exits clearly marked? These are the questions keeping people at home, isolated, feeling as though they're not welcome. 25.5 million Americans have disabilities that make traveling outside of the home extremely difficult. 7 in 10 of those people reduce their daily activities due to their disability. This social, emotional, and physical isolation leads to so many hardships. 70% of people with disabilities have stated that due to the social isolation, it leads to increases in depression and anxiety. My team is here to bridge the gap between those who live stress-free lives, knowing that any and every location supports their needs, and those that don't. In honor of our inspiration, introducing to you Willow, making the impaired prepared. Willow is a digital interface that connects people with great local businesses that support their needs and allows businesses and consumers to engage and transact. So, this is how it works. There are 3 simple steps. Step 1, create your account. Here you'll see a section for name, contact information, and what role best fits you. Whether you have a sensory, mobility, or learning disability, we have it. We also have room for caretakers, family members, and those who prefer not to stay. Step 2, select your category. Here at Willow, we want all people to feel that you can go wherever your heart pleases. That's why we include restaurants, shopping centers, parks, lodging, and more. Step 3, once you have selected your location, you will pick whatever you want and Google Maps will be brought up. And you'll also see rating and reviews. So, let me give you an example. This is JD's Fries. There's 4 sections. There's the visual section, the auditory section, the mobility section, and the personal reviews. In the visual section, you'll see ratings on the brightness of the room, as well as the stimulation. This can help people with autism, epilepsy, or seizures. There's also the auditory section. This section can be for people that are hard of hearing or deaf, so that you can hear your surroundings. For mobility and those that are in wheelchairs or have a hard time getting around, we have ways for you to see if the bathrooms are accessible, the parking lots, as well as your exits and entrances. And in order to connect our users on a personal level, we have personal reviews that you can write and share whatever you feel.
Willow has many amazing features, such as our 3D virtual interactive tours. These tours display tripping hazards, clear layouts of businesses, and adds a sense of comfort and confidence as users visit new places.
And best of all, it's free for users. Here at Willow, we want to keep our app free because we care about our community and we want this app to be accessible to as many people as possible.
But we do have to make money. So in order to monetize our business, we are a business-to-business company. We offer 2 plans, the starter plan and the premium plan. They're both priced per year. The starter plan is $199. This offers a certification sticker that can be placed on the outside of your door saying that you have been personally inspected by a Willow member and that you welcome all disabilities. It also includes advertisements. We want to bring the business's customers, so we will advertise for you. The premium package is $299. This offers the same features as the first, but it also includes the 3D virtual tours. These tours add an extra layer of security and transparency, bringing those businesses the most customers.
This is the Willow certification sticker. It will physically be placed on the outside of the business's doors to show that they are Willow approved. The stickers will be renewed annually. But what really sets Willow apart from its competitors? iAccess and WheelMap only cater to the mobile disabilities, while here at Willow, we believe in catering to all disabilities, whether that's sensory, learning, or mobile disabilities. We also have a simplistic and easy-to-use app, and we're the only app out there that has a certification process so our users know that the businesses are safe to travel to.
In the diversity, equity, and inclusion market, businesses spend $9.3 billion every single year. This is the money that goes towards making places more accessible for everyone. This also proves our market is profitable and reliable. In Kentucky, there are 350,000 businesses, 13,000 of which are serviceable in Louisville. My team believes we can get a 7.6% share in just our first year, coming out to be around 1,000 businesses.
Although we don't make a profit off of our users, we do make a profit by providing users to businesses. That is why when we get more users on our apps, we can provide more traffic for those businesses, making us more valuable. As we stated previously, we plan to start in Louisville, then expand to Lexington, and eventually all of Kentucky.
Our startup cost is going to be around $169,000. $50,000 for app development, $20,000 for marketing and advertisement, and the leftover $99,000 will be for our first 1,000 inspection, costing us around $99 each. With that said, Willow believes that we can break even in 1.1 years.
Here at Willow, we care about catering to our customer segment. That's why we reached out to 30 individuals, business professionals, and users alike, and we asked them, would you use Willow? We asked them this having personal conversations, sitting down with them, and all of them said yes, either for themselves, for their friends, for their family members, or even just to put information in it to better their community. All of them said yes.
Hello, my name is Lola Norman.
I'm Roman St. Clair.
I'm Anna McDowell.
I'm Aaron DeMissy.
And I'm Houston St. John.
And we are Team Willow, here for the people. Willow's ultimate goal is to build barrier-free communities for all, giving those who need it most a sense of comfort and confidence as they embark on their next adventure. And always remember, Willow, making the impaired prepared.
Can I just applaud? It takes a lot of courage for anybody to stand up here and say, here's the issue I have in front of a large audience. It takes a lot of courage. So I want to applaud you, Anna. And a comment and a question now. So the comment is just a clarification question, a point for me. When you say Willow certified, what does that mean?
Okay, so Willow certification entails several things. The 4 sectors we've mentioned was visual, auditory, and mobility. We will be sending an inspector, which we're paying for, and that's a part of our startup cost, to go in and check all of those sections, making sure that that business is good. And also we can include those 3D tours to really prove it to the people.
The question following up that is, what kind of staffing do you need? What kind of people do you need at your end that can go out and certify those businesses then?
We need professionals, inspectors that know what to look for and who to look for.
Okay, thank you.
Again, I think this is a really interesting problem to solve. I mean, the thing that makes me excited about this product is you're making it easier for people. You're solving a problem and making it easier for people to go enjoy certain amenities. I'm really excited about that part. Like my colleague, I do have questions about the certification process. I think that's where you may get bogged down of one, finding the professionals to certify those businesses, and then the time. Like, will they have enough time to certify 1,000 businesses. How many businesses can they certify in a day? You know, what's that process look like? Again, just comments, but really interesting product. I may have missed it, and you know, that's my issue. I've got like ADHD. I start looking around. So, but what does Willow mean? Like, what was the?
So Willow is the name of my service dog.
Okay.
And so as a tribute to her, we decided to name the app Willow. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'll just add, I mean, really inspired by this presentation. I really thought that this was very fully integrated. The app does everything that I would expect it and more to do, so phenomenal job on the product design. So great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Willow. I'm gonna introduce our next team. They're coming up now. Welcome, Cadix.
Meet Margaret, a vibrant soul with a lifetime of memories. However, her battle with forgetfulness has been slowly eroding her quality of life. Margaret has a daily regimen in which she takes her prescription medication. However, her forgetfulness has had dire consequences on her health. One fateful day, Margaret forgot to take her prescription medication, believing that she had already done so earlier in the day. That simple oversight had devastating consequences. One day turned into 2. 2 days turned into 4. 4 days turned into 8. 8 turned into 16. And 16 turned into nothing. Margaret's health rapidly declined. And despite her family's best efforts, Margaret tragically passed away. And I wish that I could tell you all that this is an isolated incident and that Margaret is the only one. However, that is just simply not the case. Countless individuals globally face this issue. That's why our team, MetaTime, has decided to tackle this issue. I'm Michaela Aikman, this is Josh Tunn, that's Abby Pritchard, that's Ayushi Yadav, and that's Rudy Pimmecha, and we are MetaTime.
So the problem is elderly medical non-adherence. So medical non-adherence, or M&A, is any time you don't follow your prescription to a T. That means taking your pills too early, too late, or not at all. This is especially dangerous for the elderly population as they're more susceptible to the consequences of M&A. It causes more than 125,000 preventable deaths per year just in the elderly population. That's more than cancer and lung disease combined. Not only does it cause these preventable deaths, but it puts an unnecessary economic strain on the healthcare industry with $300 billion in avoidable costs per year.
In the industry of solving medication non-adherence, we're not the only ones. In fact, there are many products and services that exist to tackle this issue, like the Apple Watch. While the Apple Watch's health app offers a medication reminder system, the Apple Watch is not user-friendly towards older demographics and not accessible to our entire target market. Similar to the Apple Watch, the Cadix EP alarm watches provide customizable alarms. However, they don't provide a comprehensive reminder system. And last but not least, pill boxes. Now you may be thinking pill boxes are the solution to keep seniors in track with their medication, but that simply is just not the case. In reality, it's just a storage box lacking actual reminder capabilities. And so through extensive market research, the feedback from caregivers, healthcare professionals, grandparents, and even the help of Dr. Tommy Russell, professor of engineering at U of L, we created the PillMinder, a smartwatch equipped with a sophisticated buzzing system that provides persistent reminders until the pill cap is removed. The PillMinder ensures that users are continuously reminded to take their medication at all times. Step 1, setting up the watch. Because we're targeting towards an older demographic, user-friendliness is a very important aspect to incorporate within our solution. And many older demographics actually hesitate to buy smartwatches like the Apple Watch. So when you buy the PillMinder, all you have to do is just input your personalized time slots for multiple prescriptions or just one, depending on your medication schedule. Step 2, medication reminder. When it's time for you to take your pill, the watch will continuously buzz, ensuring that you notice the reminder. Simultaneously, the pill cap will emit a beeping noise to further grab your attention. Step 3, taking your medication. To stop the buzzing and beeping, simply just take off the cap. This action ensures that you acknowledge the reminder and that you're ready to take your medication. Our competitive advantage relies on the simplicity, effectiveness, and compliancy of the PillMinder. Unlike competition, we don't just remind users what time it is to take their medication. We remind users to take their medication. And with 125,000 deaths per year attributed to this issue, the PillMinder aims to address the root cause and reduce this alarming number. Moreover, by integrating an effective alarm system along with our new technology of the pill cap that no company has ever done, we take medication adherence to a new level.
So the total market size for elderly medical assist devices in 2022 was about $800 billion. Of those, the ones designed to remind elderly to take their medication was about $440 billion. We plan to implement regionally and attack around 0.01% of that total market, which would put our market cap at $44 million. However, by 2025, this market is expected to grow by 14.25%, which would increase our market cap to $50.2 million.
Not only do we sell the pill reminder, but we offer a secure and extensive database that captures real-time data from when the cap is taken off the pill bottle. We'll offer our database as a key and valuable tool to healthcare professionals and organizations, not only as a revenue stream for MediTime itself, but as a way to provide healthcare providers with insights into patient adherence. MediTime is a hybrid company. As a business-to-business, we offer the PillMinder and the additional caps as add-ons to our database that we sell directly to local pharmacies and chain pharmaceutical stores like CVS. As a business-to-consumer, we channel through our website, where we sell the pill reminder and the additional caps directly to our consumers. Strategic partnerships with Medicare and AdhereTech are key to our success. Collaborating with Medicare, which is a federal healthcare program for individuals aged 65 and older, we can help leverage their coverage costs, which typically cover around 70%. But with us, we can reduce that financial burden for our customers. Lastly, AdhereTech is a key partner in the medical adherence solution, as they have created a smart pill cap that has used wireless connectivity and sensors to monitor medication usage. With AdhereTech's support and technology, we can create a smart pill cap that will enhance the overall user experience of MediTime and allow for the overall user experience of the pill reminder.
So our initial startup cost is $70,000, primarily for research and development. Our product retails at $69.99, and it only costs us $32.69 per unit to create. That means we will break even after selling 1,958 units, and we will hit that milestone after 18 months. By year 5, we plan to be profitable by $160,000 annually.
We are going to implement MediTime by establishing a strong presence in Kentucky. We are first going to work with, as we are all from different regions of Kentucky, we are going to work with pharmacies local to us, and we are going to implement it. And then we are also going to have awareness campaigns, and we are going to have training for. Here's the QR code for our website where you could see more about this.
So, to prevent tragic deaths like Margaret's and many across the country, It is imperative to utilize the pill minder and refresh yours and your loved ones' minds with Meditime. Thank you.
Couple quick questions. First, just a comment. Really great presentation. I loved at the end where you got a little flustered, you took a deep breath and you finished strong. Like, really great work. It takes a lot of courage to be up there and do this. And I don't know, I have no idea how everyone today, especially this group, being as old as you are, being up on stage and to be able to present so confidently. So really great work.
Thank you.
A couple quick questions. So is it an entire bottle or is it just the cap that you're?
So the pill minder is selling the smartwatch along with the pill cap, but if you don't have the bottle, it also comes with the plastic bottle, the orange UV rays.
And is it, would you, if you have multiple medications, would you need multiple pill bottles for those, or could you do it all through like one?
So if you have multiple medications, you will need to buy extra caps. And you could buy these through our direct-to-consumer website.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great presentation. I like the physical product part of it because a lot of stuff now gravitates towards apps and software, but so really commend you on the product, the actual physical product, because there's a lot into that with development and, but just a great, a great offering. Just one question. So how do you ensure like the proper, when you restore the cap? So once the cap comes off, the alert is resolved, but if they don't put the cap back on, how does it reset to get to the next alert?
Yeah, so we use a magnetic proximity sensor for this. Basically, there's a magnetic sensor embedded within the watch, and there's a neodymium magnet embedded inside the cap. When you open the cap, basically what happens is the neodymium magnet sends these magnetic waves, and the cap will receive, the watch will receive the output from it essentially, and it's almost kind of like a switch. When you turn the light off and on, it receives this signal. So.
After taking the cap off, you would have to replace it manually.
Yeah.
Just follow up. So is there an alert that would say, hey, the cap's off? Is there a notification that would just say you have to replace the cap?
So this data goes to the medical database we were talking about when you open the cap or not. The users could receive data from the email, the automated text emails and stuff like that.
So I think it's very entrepreneurial. It's common to kind of err as you're going through the entrepreneurship journey. So just for the team to come around together, support each other, it's just part of the journey. So I appreciate all of you coming together to support each other. My question is about you had the idea, you had the problem, you had the idea, and you spoke to the faculty at the engineering school. Did you have an opportunity also to speak to the prospective users of this product as well? And I may have missed it. I don't know if you pointed out.
Yeah, so earlier I talked about how we got feedback from healthcare professionals, caregivers, and grandparents, and we sent out a Google form. We got over 58 responses, and they gave us lots of advice on the product, how to improve it, and little things like that. And we took that advice and we created the pill minder.
And what was that advice that you got from the responses?
The advice was that we first initially started that we wanted to create a watch that would buzz. However, many responded that they could easily ignore the watch, and there has to be some type of compliancy that forces them to take their medication. So we added on by making this pill cap that'll be connected to the watch.
Once you had the pill cap, did you have a chance to go back and showcase this and get some further feedback? Or right now we're at a point that this is the initial prototype here?
Oh, just to add on to your last comment, I was talking, they said that a lot of elderly people already have the Apple Watch and they already have the health app.
Okay.
But what our difference is that we are incorporating all of those same elements into our MediTime. So it really like incorporates the entire thing all in one.
All
So
right.
it is really the superior watch.
Sounds good. Thank you.
The next question.
So about that, yes, we did actually do a follow-up. We made a separate Google Docs for people who wanted to see how our 3D model looked like and things like that, and they actually really liked the idea, so.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I've come back on stage to reintroduce our last team. I want to apologize to them one more last time before. So that last group was MediTime. Can we give them one more round of applause, please?
Hello, my name is Will Burrows. I'm a TL here, and I am here to introduce Safe Savings, a group that I personally love. I love these guys, and I know they're going to do a great job. Come in here, y'all.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're finally buying those diamond earrings. I've saved up for them so long. This is my diamond earrings envelope, my gas money envelope, and my savings envelope. Why are you still carrying around envelopes? Isn't there a better solution?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't be using these.
Well, I think we have one for you.
Safe Savings, where saving now saves your future. In 3 simple steps, you can set a goal, make a budget, and simply win. But first, let me introduce my team. Myself, Reese, Angus, Thomas, Kate, and Harper.
We all know that teens and saving are not two peas in a pod. You see, my friend Thomas here spent $265 on a leather journal when we went on a field trip for GSE. That was all of his money. See, Thomas is a part of the 87% of teens who admit that they know very little about personal finance. They lack financial education. This includes saving, budgeting, and learning how to allocate their money. As a result of this, 40% of family households in the future struggle with finances. For example, these families may have a hard time spending even $400 in expenses or extra debt. We also found that 70% of teens primarily use cash as their final way of payment, which is exactly what drove us to make our solution.
To solve this problem, we have created 2 solutions. First, a 3-compartment safe. There are no safes marketed towards teens or with 3 compartments on the market right now, and we have both. Our 3 compartments help the teen easily save for 3 different long-term goals and easily visualize their goals with customizable labels. Additionally, we have included plastic inserts that go inside the safe so you can easily access your cash in the end. Now, for the second part of our solution, the app. You cannot use the app without getting the safe. Once you purchase our product, simply scan the QR code on the side of the safe to download the app. Once the app is downloaded, log in with your Safe ID, username, and password. Once you're logged in, it'll instruct you to set your 3 goals and the time frame you're saving in. Our app will automatically divide your goals by the time frame to give you a monthly saving goal. We have also included the progress bar as seen above, so you can easily visualize how good you are doing on saving for your goals. Once you meet your monthly saving goal each month, you'll be rewarded with streaks. Once you acquire streaks and you save for the end of your goal, you will in turn get rewards.
Most everyone here knows that teens can be impatient and unmotivated when it comes to saving. They would rather spend all of their money on short-term pleasures rather than saving towards a long-term goal. That is why we have implemented 3 different features on our app to solve that sub-problem. First of which is our visual budgeting tool. Like Kate said, this can comprise of a progress bar or any other visual tool, such as the pie chart, so that the user can better understand and visualize what their money is allocated to. Second of which is our positive reinforcements and our gamification features. These features will use intrinsic motivation in the forms of rewards, like Kate said, that are given to a user upon the completion of a saving goal. This will keep the user coming back to our app for more positive rewards and keep them saving in the future. Lastly, we have an auto calculator. Since most teens are not patient enough to sit down and hand calculate their savings, this tool will motivate them to use our app and to improve the quality of their saving even more. Our marketing and our sales plan calls for 3 different types of partnerships with companies. The first partnership is a bank sponsorship, for example, with Fifth Third. The sponsorship is detailed as follows. Fifth Third will be able to give our team and our product their credibility and their logo so that our customers can trust our product. And in turn, we will benefit Fifth Third by giving them ad space on our safe and an increased audience. Another partnership is with businesses such as Xbox that teens commonly save and buy from. Xbox will provide our teens with those intrinsic rewards, such as maybe a gift card or an extra Xbox controller. And in turn, we will benefit Xbox by empowering teens to be able to afford their products. And finally, we will have Amazon Retail. We will partner with Amazon to market our products on their website. And in turn, Amazon can use their rewards, such as maybe an Amazon gift card, to give to our teens as well as another reward.
Customer feedback. We've received both positive and enthusiastic remarks from parents and banks. Parents saying this is definitely a product they would buy for their children, and banks saying this is not only profitable for teens now, but for their future as well.
Revenue. Revenue is one of the most important things in a business. We have 3 different streams of revenue, 2 from our app and 1 from our product. We have ads for businesses that target teens, and our subscription fee, which would be $1 a month. And of course, our safe, which we marketed at $35 a unit and sold online. Okay, let's talk profit. We'll be profiting $15 a unit from each safe, and $12 for each year of subscription fee from each user. So in total, each customer we're profiting from is $27. Okay, what about our 12-month plan? In our first year alone, we are planning to sell 1,000 units with just a $20,000 investment, which means we will be making $27,000 in sales and $7,000 in profit. Okay, what about long term? In just 5 years, we are going to sell 10,000 units, and we're going to be profiting $270,000 in just the first 5 years.
So what separates us from our biggest competition, Rocket Money, Good Budget, and Mint Mobile? These mobile apps do not provide the teen incentive or motivation to keep saving, and they are very time-consuming. They also do not provide a physical product that the teen can see and use for innovation and motivation purposes. You see, 24 million teens in America have this problem. We think that 25% of their parents would be willing to pay for a product or service like this, and 10% of those parents would be potential customers for our business, which equates to 600,000 possible customers. You can find our product on Amazon and see advertisements for it on popular social media sites such as TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and primarily Facebook, which most parents use.
Our goal is to help future consumers realize that saving is very important. Safe savings. Saving now saves your future. Thank you.
Really great presentation. Loved your enthusiasm. I've got one quick question. How did you pick your business partners?
So we think that if we put a business, like a bank, on the front of our product, that it would drive in more customers because we have the credibility of the bank and, sorry.
Go ahead. You good?
So it's based on mutualistic behavior. The banks get more attention as a result, and we get more customers as a result. Since we get more customers, these customers are most likely going to be teens, right? And as they grow up, they're gonna be seeking a bank to be sponsored by, to have their accounts in. So banks will put their investment in us to provide them with the next generation of American consumers. And for the business partnership, it's also mutualistic. Since we are empowering teens to be able to buy Xbox's product, for example, Xbox doesn't have to pay as much to benefit our teens to keep on saving, and so the cycle continues.
Is there any reason you picked Fifth Third instead of another brand?
There is not.
Yeah, I want to go
Do
ahead.
you have an alternate answer?
Yes.
Yes.
I had a phone call with the vice president of Fifth Third Bank a couple weeks ago, and we pitched him our product, and he said that it would be very helpful for teens to be able to have something like this starting at a young age to teach them the main principles of long-term savings that can go into something like a savings account.
Again, want to commend, this is a great idea, and this is an age-old issue around savings and youth, and you kind of addressed the partners, why it's beneficial to them and maybe the parents, but what part of your research told you that teens would actually comply or would really use this solution? How much of that went into your thought process?
So we went around asking people in GSE if they would use this, and a lot of people thought it was a really cool idea. They were like, well, I suck at saving my money. I blow it all whenever I get it. And they were like, if I had something that held me accountable and was fun to use, like a safe where I put my money in, it records it, I get benefits for using it, it's a cool idea. Yeah. Sure.
Obviously, we know that banks are more and more interested to start this habit early. There used to be a time that banks would only focus on folks who were interested in their savings and checking and were also in the job market, but they're starting early now. They want to build those habits early with younger kids and build those, and then obviously convert them into their longer-term customers as well. Might be very, very helpful to see, you talked about the mutualistic partnership, to see how else you could have that mutual partnership. I mean, from a Fifth Third standpoint or a Chase standpoint, I could just come back and say, hey, if I have a partnership like this with you, I am then losing out on my revenue stream on the safe boxes that I have here. Of course, they don't give out the safe boxes to the younger age individuals, but what are the other ways that you could, because they also are interested in exactly to address the problem that you've identified, what are the ways that you can also piggyback on their energy and their effort, and what is that they would benefit from you as well? So there might be alternate ways for you to think about addressing this problem too. Thank you.
Yeah. So you said the banks would be having trouble distributing our safes?
No. The banks also have their own safes. They also want to encourage this behavior early. They're also on that path. They also want to start recruiting younger and younger college-going kids and the youth. They want to build those behavior early. So what might be the other ways as well where your idea could also dovetail with where their efforts are?
So I'll take this one from Angus. Another way that we could use our product to piggy bank off of banks and also help them more is we could offer the subscription at maybe a $1 more rate, and as they put money into their account at the bank, that their parent has to be like the head owner.
Yes.
That's why we created our safe, so that kids could have and be able to withdraw their money without their parents. But they could use the app in relation with their bank account, so then we can still give them rewards for saving their money and stuff like that, so it's an incentive for both of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give it up for Comeback Health. Comeback Health, the next competitor.
Raise your hand if your child plays a sport. I'm sure you all want what's best for your child. Now, imagine this. Your child has faced a severe injury, but what people don't understand is that the physical injury is only one aspect of it. Your child could face mental health issues. Even with you by their side, they are stressed and want nothing more than to get back out there. Now, this is not some made-up story. We have experienced this firsthand.
Hi, my name is Isabella Hill, and I attend Ashland Paul G. Blazer High School. During my junior volleyball season, I fractured my right lower lumbar spine. I was out for 4 months, which was the entire season, and I couldn't practice and I couldn't play, but I watched each of my teammates win pivotal games that I should have been a part of. It's played a big role in my mental health, causing stress and anxiety about when I was going to be able to play again and how my level of play was going to be affected when I returned.
Hi, my name is Emily Adams, and I'll be a junior at Barron County High School. My sophomore soccer season, I received a concussion in a pivotal game. I was out for 3 weeks from my sport while I finished the return to play protocol and wasn't at school for 3 days. I missed key units of school that I still do not remember to this day. This severely affected my mental health, and I had anxiety, depression, and really just wanted to get back to my sport.
Hi, I'm Josh Line. I attend Larry A. Ryle High School, and in December 2019, 1 week before nationals, I broke my foot. This affected my mental health extremely, causing me to go into severe anxiety and tons of stress. But we are not alone. 55% of high school student athletes struggle with mental health issues post-injury. 25% of females, 30% of males struggle with stress, frustration, and anxiety, but only 10% seek help.
That is why we've created Comeback Health. I'm Savir Jain, this is Viksha, and you've already met Josh, Emily, and Isabella. Comeback Health is a digital mental health support platform to support athletes post-injury. So, how does it work? Let's say I'm Isabella's coach. She just fractured her back, but I know exactly what to do because my school is partnered with Comeback Health. I log onto the platform and manage my roster of students. I find Isabella and assign her a mental health assessment. This is a diagnostic test to evaluate her mental state through an analysis of her body language. Let's see what it looks like on Isabella's side. Isabella sees that she's been assigned a mental health assessment, but that's not all. She has access to a range of features, including the ability to set goals for herself to recovery, share her story with peers and the world, as well as talking to volunteers 24/7 who have gone through similar experiences. Together, we believe these features can create a space of solace, understanding, and encouragement for these athletes. And software development, as you can see, is already underway. We want to finish this project in the next 3 months so that we can implement this into schools for second semester. Now, We didn't just come up with these ideas at random. Instead, talking to coaches, athletes, and mental health professionals to find out not only what the experts recommend, but what the users need. For example,
my physical therapist, Dave Coburn from Tri-State Rehab Services, he broke down my treatment plan, not only physically, but mentally. Physically, I rehabbed like I was supposed to. Took way longer, but it's okay, here we are. And then on the mental side, he made me set goals for myself, week by week, what I wanted to accomplish to get back. That's why at Comeback Health, we have goal setting. Then we talked to Cole Wilson, a volunteer assistant coach for Kentucky women's tennis. And he said that noticing the body language, the sluggishness, not wanting to participate in practice or games or any daily activity was something else that they noticed in their athletes. So that's why we have mental health assessments. And then finally, we talked to Zachary Strobel, a former baseball player. He said that he wished he had help knowing that there's something more to life than just the sport or just baseball, because that's something that we all have to look to after an injury that could potentially end our athletic career. That's why we have community support or 24/7 chat.
Currently, our market size is 49.4 million athletes who face mental health issues across the whole entire U.S. And so 2.5 million athletes are high schoolers that face mental health issues across the U.S. So what we plan to do is start right here in Kentucky. 96,400 high school athletes are in Kentucky.
So with that 96,400 athletes, how much money can we actually make? Our first source of revenue is the community support side of the platform. So talking to volunteers, being able to share your story. This we want to be open and accessible to the public, not making money directly, but by running ads, Google ads. With our 96,400 potential users, even if each user only got on the platform once per month, an underestimate, we can make $23,000 a year right there. But that's not where the majority of our money comes from. Instead, from the management side of our platform. This is where coaches can see their rosters and assign mental health assessments, tracking their recovery. For this, we will charge schools a subscription per student at the affordable price of $2 per student-athlete account that they want to include. With our 96,400 athletes, this equates to $196,800 every year just in Kentucky. Lastly, the mental health assessments that evaluate body language, as we want to include, are run through a platform called Okaya, who charge us $1 per assessment. We want to charge this directly to schools, breaking even on that part.
We analyzed that we had three main costs. Our first is our marketing. We plan to spend $11,852.80 on telesales yearly. To break even on this cost, we would need 5,625 student athletes on our platform. Our second cost is our website. This would be $390 reoccurring yearly. And to break even on this cost, we would need 195 student athletes on our platform. And our last cost is Okaya. As Severe said, Okaya charges us $1 per mental health assessment, so the school districts would directly pay that to Okaya. With this information, we made two growth models, a fast growth model and a slow growth model. We plan to break even in both models within the first year. In our fast growth model, we plan to reach the entirety of Kentucky within 5 years, and we can do this by growing by 2.017 times per year. In our slow growth model, we plan to reach the entirety of Kentucky within 10 years, and we can achieve this by growing by 1.362 times per year. With this information, we created a sales plan. There are currently 171 school districts in Kentucky alone, and we're already in contact with some of them, such as JCPS, Boone County, Kenton County School District, and Hardin County School District. In our slow growth model, we plan to reach all of the school districts in Kentucky within 10 years, and in our fast growth model, we plan to reach all of the school districts in Kentucky within 5 years.
As of right now, we are in contact with the Kentucky Department of Education, as well as Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman's office and Aaron Gallagher, who is the CEO of This Is My Brave, which is a nonprofit organization for mental health issues.
Lastly, let's talk competitors. We have three major competitors: Life Stance Health, Team Snap, and Whoop Unite. Life Stance Health and Whoop Unite focus on the mental health aspect, assigning therapists, the mental health assessments. Team Snap, on the other end of the spectrum, is for the coaches to manage rosters, to ask if their athletes are coming to practice, and to check up on them. So that's why we have Comeback Health, to bridge the gap between mental health and the coach's side. That way, athletes can get back to playing after an injury.
So parents, tell your schools to use Comeback Health and ensure that your athletes, Your children don't have to struggle with their mental health.
Thank you.
So as a former student athlete, I can't tell you how important this problem is to solve. The other comment I've got is your presentation was really fantastic. You could tell that everyone up there was very well versed in your problem and you were all dialed in, so really great work. The one question I've got is, did you do any research on what pro athletes are doing? I'm sure that they're going through the same problems when they get an injury, and then that mental health aspect of coming back. Like, you know, they've got the money to spend. What are the best practices?
So the one example I can cite for that is a meeting I had with Clydney Clanton. She is a women's PGA golfer that went to Auburn University, and she talked to me about her mental health experiences and the struggle she had. She believed that there was, first of all, she was heavily in support of this product. She believed that while she had not been injured, she had watched her fellow athletes been injured and struggle with their mental health. And in her household that was very supportive of mental health, she assessed that this was a great issue to solve, but also assessed that there wasn't that many resources for her out there besides just talking to her parents, for example. So no, there wasn't that much out there right now, which is why we're trying to fill that gap.
Thank you.
So in contrast to my colleague, I have no experience with all of the information that you brought in for the student athletes, so thank you for educating me. I appreciated that. I applaud you for being very focused in terms of where you want to go and what you're addressing, and being clear about the market that you're going after as well. My question is about the fast growth and slow growth. You gave an explanation about the fast and the slow growth. What would determine which path of growth would you be taking, and why would you do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, as I said earlier, our goal is to reach all the school districts in Kentucky. And with our amount of money that we're spending on marketing, in our fast growth model, we hope to achieve that within 5 years. But telesales are not always 100% effective. So we also have a second plan, and that is within 10 years. And that is still giving us enough profit and reaching enough people. So we really hope to be within our fast growth model in 5 years, but 10 years is always an option.
Again, great presentation, really focused. I had a question, and I know you've done this research, but the coaches seem to be a key contributor. And I know there was testimony from athletes and trainers, but what feedback did you get back from coaches to manage this environment?
So we talked to quite a few coaches, actually. So we talked to 4. We also talked to Michael and Jessica Cunningham. They coach Georgetown tennis. And they basically kind of went along these lines of noticing the body language and the sluggishness, that type of looking for those signs. But then they also said that if an athlete comes to them, they have to go to them, and then they have to refer to somewhere higher up. So they can't solve the problem themselves. So they don't really have a lot of leeway with what they can do. So that's kind of was something that we really wanted to focus on, and Comeback Health is just so that it doesn't have to go further than the coach, and it can just be within the coach.
Great. One thing I'd recommend is, as you're educating the athlete, you also need to educate the coach, right? Because the coach is not, they're used to putting a game plan together, but this isn't their thing. So make sure you're educating the other side of this too.
Actually, we did take that into account, if I may. We didn't present this necessarily, but a big part of what we did for coaches, right? I said that we want coaches to be able to monitor their athletes' progress, right? But what do they do with that information, right? So we actually want to provide articles, videos, and other resources that have been catered by mental health professionals so that they can take the required steps to support their athletes.
All right, wasn't that awesome? Give them another round of applause. All right. So we just have a few more groups remaining. So I'm gonna need some energy in here, okay? Let's get the energy going. Can you guys do that for me? Okay, come on, let's get some energy going. All right, introducing Posture Set.
This is my dad. He is my pastor, my father, and my mentor. 15 years ago, my dad started a church. But as he continues to do what he loves the most, there's one thing that hinders him: his back pain. Whether that's sitting in his office chair, or sitting in his office chair, or standing in front of a congregation of people that look up to him, his back pain is always there. This is a picture of my dad's spine. He has kyphotic scoliosis, spondylosis, and spondylolisthesis. After he's done preaching on Sundays, he goes and normally sits down, or either sometimes he's laid down on his couch before because he's had so much back pain. I tell my dad, I say, "Dad, why don't you hold your shoulders back and have good posture?" He said, "Well, son, whether I'm preaching or I'm sitting down, if I don't remember to hold my shoulders back, it hurts, and by the pain already started, it's already too late." My dad is 1 out of 65 million Americans who struggle with back pain, and 1 out of 31 million who struggle with poor posture.
Every single day, more and more people struggle with back posture and back pain. But let's go through the specifics of the problem. How many people actually have poor posture, you might be wondering? Well, more than 3 in 5 adolescents struggle with poor posture due to school-based activities and slouching, and around 50% of adults struggle with poor posture due to sit-down-based jobs and careers. Poor posture can lead to headaches, visionary problems, hearing problems, irritability, fatigue, and severe neck pain. Bad posture always leads to spinal deterioration.
Clearly, someone had to come up with a solution to this issue, and that's why we created Posture Set, a clothing line designed to correct posture through muscle memory. Hi everyone, my name is Grace, this is Ben, Logan, Ansley, and Jordan, and we're Posture Set. Now that I've introduced you to Posture Set, let me start off by telling you a little bit about how it works. So basically, our soft support technology works by creating better biomechanics for the body. Biomechanics is just a fancy way for saying how the muscles, joints, and muscle fibers all function together in the body. Soft support technology works through 3 simple steps. First, it contracts the muscle fibers in the body where soft support technology is placed in the shirts. And then that secondly increases muscle stimulation in those areas and strengthens those targeted muscles. And 3, it builds muscle memory. Muscle memory is essential in correcting posture, and that's why we utilize it so heavily here at Posture Set. As you can see in this diagram, soft support technology focuses on 3 specific muscles: the spina scapula, the rhomboids, and the deltoids. These 3 muscles have been deemed the posture-controlling muscles of the body, and that's why we target those specifically. Posture Set's undershirts have 2 specific models. Model 1, which is shorter and falls about 1 inch below the hip, and Model 2, which is longer and falls about 7 inches below the hip. We made a longer model for those who prefer to wear baggier clothing or want that extra added back support that day.
So next up, our competition. We have 2 main competitors here at Posture Set. First up, we have IntelliSkin. They provide a very tight shirt where users claim they have to take breaks from wearing it throughout the day, and taking it on and putting it off is very, very difficult. It also causes lots of itchiness, and it's very irritating to wear and can cause lots of discomfort for whoever's wearing it. Next up, we have AlignMed. AlignMed shirt does not fit all body types, and it's also very visible, and so wearing it, a lot of the users can have insecurity from it. Many of you in the audience may be wondering, well, what's the issue with back braces, and why can't that be the solution to the problem? Well, let me tell you why. First off, they are very bulky. Having something bulky on throughout the day is not convenient. You may have different activities where having something bulky doesn't work out. Secondly, they're straining on your muscles. Having something straining on your muscles can actually lead to muscle deterioration. This is caused because the back brace does the work for your muscles and not the muscle doing the work themselves. And lastly, they're very visible. We all know that these back braces are not appealing to look at and definitely not a fashion statement. So what makes us different? Here at Posture Set, we are proud to create a comfortable shirt. Our soft support technology is made of a cotton blend, which allows it to be breathable and movable throughout your day.
Secondly, we create an affordable price. We are priced at $90 per undershirt compared to our competitors at $95 and $145. We feel that good posture should be accessible for all 31 million Americans that struggle with their poor posture. Third, we create something discreet. We feel that it should be discreet so that no user ever feels insecure about what they're wearing to fix their posture. And lastly, we created something personalized. Like Grace said, we have 2 different models, one at 1 and 7 inches below your hip, and we also create it for all body types.
Posture Set has 2 main channels that we use to communicate with our customers. The first being business to consumer. This is where we use online advertisements, social media marketing, as well as our website where consumers can go on and visit. Our next channel is business to consumer. This is where we do founder-led in-person sales and then to pitch our product to orthopedics and other healthcare professionals. We then give them products to test out on their patients, and eventually, after gaining their trust, we ask them to partner with us and give recommendations to future patients.
Here's a few potential future partners who we hope to partner with one day. Shriners Hospital for Children, UK Healthcare of Orthopedic Surgery and Sports Medicine, the FDA, Bluegrass Orthopedics, and the NIH, National Institutes of Health. Here's some quotes from our supporters. Ched Krause, MD, orthopedic surgeon at Bluegrass Orthopedics. He said that he sees a lot of people who goes through back pain and that he really likes the solution that we came up with. Dr. Stacy Ritchie, PT and DPT at Moorhead Physical Therapy. She said she sees the struggle that her patients have with posture and that this design will be revolutionary. And then William Lewis, MD, Chief of Radiology at St. Clair Healthcare. He said he especially likes the discreet design, and he says that this will help a lot of people.
Now on to our market size. $12 billion is spent per year on aiding back pain. A lot of this is from out of pocket for customers. This tends to be heating pads or shoe insoles, but can also be back braces and other very costly back surgeries. $358 million of this money is also only spent on back braces and other posture aid. Our team believes we can capture 14% of this market as our product is more discreet, durable, and of a higher quality than our competitors. This lands us at a market share of $50 million. Our total startup cost is $40,655. This includes our initial prototype, all of our initial inventory, our storage house, our marketing, and our website. Finally, we expect to break even in 2 years. This is because we get a $77 profit per unit and only need to sell 528 units in order to break even.
The future of Posture Set is bright. In the future, we'll expand our clothing line to different products like leggings, biker shorts, sports bras, socks, and even men's underwear. And with this, we'll utilize company integration by partnering with other sports facilities like Dick's Sporting Goods, Dunham's, and even Kohl's.
So we hope you take action in using Posture Set because we've got your back.
So I'll start again. I'm so glad you've got our back. There are many in this room, I think, who'll say thank you. My question is about, so you mentioned about speaking to the healthcare providers and the feedback that you got from them. Did you have the opportunity to also speak to the prospective users? Show it to them what this looks like? Will they wear it? Will they buy it at the price point that you're mentioning?
So the IntelliSkin one that we mentioned, my dad actually personally has one of those, and he only used it, he didn't really use it a lot because how uncomfortable it was. And so that was one of the main things behind it was for my dad, and we talked about how uncomfortable the IntelliSkin one. And so and my dad, we also have another, he's a pharmaceutical, and he's actually the one that recommended it. And then we realized that it wasn't the best quality and different things like that. And so we strive to make that better and more comfortable. And so, I mean, I would use it, like my dad, I was telling him I said, you gotta come to demo day to hear my pitch, and he don't even know what to do up here. And so, yeah.
I have something to add on to that. Throughout our GSE experience and throughout sharing our product and solution to everybody, a lot of people came up to us and did say that they would buy the product, especially at our cheaper price.
A really great presentation. I had a quick question. Is this a product to use as a preventative measure so you don't get back problems, or is it more therapeutic for folks that already have back issues?
So it's kind of in between both. So what it really does is it helps for older aged people, adults or elderly people. It can really help treat those back problems and help prevent any further pain. But for those who are developing adolescents, that can really help them develop their backs into proper posture for growth.
Also, something that I could add, we find it very important to have like muscle memory. So we're actually hoping that like if somebody 18 or older were like to be interested in this and then started using it, like if I were to use it, I would hope that eventually I could stop wearing it and I'd already gained that muscle memory and then our shoulders would already be back and we wouldn't have to wear it for continuous amounts of years.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, again, great presentation. Love the innovation around this and really just applaud the fact that you're doing this kind of generative innovation around something that continues to be just a product or a problem that we can't solve. So thanks for that.
Can I ask you one more question? Yes. If this were to be a real business for you, what do you see as the biggest challenge for you?
I would say our biggest challenge would be probably like making the problem known. I think that this can be like scanned over and a lot of people don't realize that back pain can actually lead to so many different things in your life, whether it's like a headache or something where you have like a really costly surgery. So emphasizing that we have something that can fix a problem that that can be overlooked a lot by a lot of people is something that would be a big problem.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourselves for the grand finale of Demo Day. And it's with great anticipation and excitement that I present to you one of my favorite teams, Drive Safe.
Wow, what a day. I mean, y'all must be exhausted. This is me and my older sister, Divine, when we were younger, of course. Divine's actually somewhere out here in the audience today. I think I see them over there with my parents and my 3 beautiful, cute little sisters. Divine and I have always had such an inseparable bond since quite literally the day I was born. It's one of those bonds where everyone asks where the other one is when we happen to not be together. And because of that, I have the privilege of being a passenger in her car majority of the time. I love everything about Divine, besides one little thing. She has a major problem with speeding. May 3rd, 2021 was perhaps the most unfortunate day to be riding with her. It was a Monday afternoon, and we were driving home from school. One second we were cruising down the street, and the next, boom, I feel a rush, and all of a sudden I'm spinning in circles. After the delayed realization that we had just gotten in a wreck, we both went into a state of distress. By the grace of God, we managed to crawl our way out of the vehicle with not even a single scratch, although my back did hurt for a while there. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say. Gonna pass it, I don't know, I forgot it.
58% of parents feel scared from the idea of their teens driving. Did you know that Kentucky has the highest fatality rate for teen drivers in the entire U.S.? In fact, in Kentucky, there are 72 deaths for every 100,000 teen drivers, and 44% of these are correlated with speeding. Whether people speed for the thrill or to reach a destination faster, the fact is teens die from speeding, and speeding can take teens away from their families. Hi, I'm Pranjal. This is Matthew, Onette, Tanner, Jay, and we introduce to you Drive Safe, where we encourage safe driving.
Our team at Drive Safe has solved the problem of teen speeding by utilizing speed governors within the car. These governors work by regulating the amount of fuel that is delivered to the engine, and because they are already within most cars out on the market today, it makes it possible for us to be able to use them. To begin, parents must first download the Drive Safe app to their phone and their teenager's phone. They will then be prompted to sign up with an email and password of their choice. Next, parents will be given a choice on how much leeway they want to give their teen. For example, if the speed limit of the street their teenager is driving on is 45 miles per hour and they choose the +5 option, the maximum speed the car will be allowed to go on that street is 50 miles per hour. And this will not change until the parent goes into the app and manually sets it themselves. When a teenager has started a drive, the app will automatically connect to the phone's Maps application. This will give the real-time location and the speed limit of the street the teen is driving on. Finally, to connect the app to the governor, we utilize the Apple CarPlay or Android Auto systems. These systems will relay all the necessary information from the app to the governor.
When it comes to our market size, there are currently 8.3 million parents of teenage drivers in the United States. However, first, we will simply be targeting those in Kentucky, which is equal to 165,000 parents. And out of those 165,000 parents, we believe we can target 10% of that audience within the first 4 years of operation. When it comes to our marketing and sales plan, there are 3 funnels we look to target. The first one being insurance companies, dealerships, and the DMV. Secondly, we look to target parents through the use of various social groups like school board meetings. And lastly, we look to target parents through the use of various social media platforms like Facebook and Google Ads. Next, when it comes to our competition, there are 2 main competitors that stand out. The first one being Life360, which is an app that allows parents to track the location and speed history of their teenagers. However, one big drawback is that the Life360 is not actually able to limit the actual speed of the car. Secondly, there is Ford, which has Ford My Key, which is a way for parents to program their teenager's key so that when they get in the car, their car can only go under a certain speed limit. However, one big drawback is that parents are not actually able to see the live speed or location of their teenagers. Lastly, when it comes to key partners, there's 2 main audiences we look to capture. The first one being insurance companies, who we look to partner with in a mutually beneficial relationship where our product is given to their clients in order to reduce their risk of an accident. And lastly, we look to partner with driver ed courses where we believe our product can be introduced to new families and their drivers.
Here at Drive Safe, we have 3 different pricing plans. Firstly, our standard plan, which is completely free. This offers essential features such as one-car tracking and regular location updates. Moving on to our Plus plan, which is $9.99 a month. This offers additional features to increase your teen safety, including a driver analysis tool, which provides you insight into your teen's driving behavior, and our speed control feature. Finally, our premium plan, which is $19.99 a month. You gain access to all the features from the previous 2 plans, as well as a detailed drive history of your teen and unlimited car tracking. For our financials, when we launch, our startup cost will be $30,400. The key costs that contribute to the startup include app development, which is $20,000, maintenance, which is $3,600, and legal fees, which is $6,000. By the end of the first year, we plan to break even at 1,000 users across all of our varied subscription plans. By the end of year 2, we plan to gain 4,400 users, and with that, earn a profit of $476,000.
After commencing a parent survey, we found that 51% of parents worry about their teens' driving habits. And luckily for us, 73% of parents expressed their interest in our service. Ben Kramer, police officer, and father of one of our very own E's here at GSE, expressed his opinion that since driving is getting more and more worse, a service like this could really help. Russ Hampton, software engineer, also expressed his opinion that since more and more teenagers are on the roads, a software like this could save many lives. Here at Drive Safe, our next steps are to 1, increase our horizon throughout the whole United States, and 2, develop a hardware to install into vehicles that are not accessible with the Apple CarPlay or Android Auto systems. As speeding is becoming more and more of a prevalent issue, it is our job to stop this now. Join us so we can create a safer future. Together, let's embrace responsible driving, prioritize safety, and make the roads a better place for everyone. Always remember, drive safe with Drive Safe, where safety meets innovation and where peace of mind is our ultimate goal. Thank you.
Really interesting product. I think I'm kind of hoping you have like wife safe, like so my wife will drive more safely instead of speeding. I really liked. Can you expand a little bit about how you decided between your 3 plans?
Yeah, so for like our startup, or like standard plan, you gain access to so you can track for only 1 car, and you get like regular location updates of where your teen's going. You don't get like the speed control feature, because what we want to do with the standard feature is allow the customer to get like insight into the app and like see like if they want the speed control feature, like we can entice them to pay the plus or even the premium plans. With the plus plan, you get the speed control feature, which is our biggest, like that's our marketing feature, as well as the driver analysis tool, which you can see like how your teen's driving, if he's too aggressive or if he's too like cautious or whatever. And moving on, premium plan, you can, if you want unlimited car tracking, so you can track multiple cars, that's where you'd go for the premium plan. And if you want to see like a drive history of where like your teen's been throughout like days or weeks on end, then that would be the perfect plan for you. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
All right, thank you.
My God, I mean, these problems that all of you are presenting resonate with so many of us here, and this one too. So thank you for presenting and sharing your story as well, your personal story here. You mentioned about Live 360 as one of the major competitors for you, and I just have a data point of maybe 15 teenagers, 2 of who are my own children. And I've heard pushback on Live 360 with teenagers saying, we don't want that on my phone, so don't track us. So I'm just curious, how do you get the buy-in? Did you think about that? How do you get the buy-in from the teenagers? Parents, of course, would be very happy to have this, but the teenagers have to be bought into this, and you have to engage them as well. How would you do that? Did you talk about that?
Yeah, well, at first, if teens knew what was right for them, there wouldn't be so many accidents in the first place. But also, with our product, it's not necessarily something that the teenagers would want to have, but something that they would need. And as parents, I think it's important for them to know what's good for their kids. So having an app like this would help prevent deaths in the future. So I think, although it might be inconvenience for teenagers, it, in the end, benefit them.
I want to applaud you on a great presentation, and I unfortunately, probably like a lot of folks in the room, have somewhat of a firsthand, secondhand experience where a loss of life due to a teen speeding and having an accident. And so, I think you're correct. I mean, this is where parents and administrators and others need to step in and really, so I applaud this product and your passion and presentation. My only pushback would be is even on the base model, because if the problem is speeding amongst teens, then you want that addressed in your core offering, because that's really the solution you're trying to bring. So don't shortchange that. Even that free product really has to have that part of the speed control, because that's what everyone's looking for. But yeah, great presentation. Applaud you for your passion and yeah, just bringing this back to the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you for your advice.
Yeah,
Thank you all so much.
All right, great job, everyone. Yeah, so I know it's been a long day. 10 pitches in the morning, 10 pitches in the afternoon. Now we will dismiss our judges. They will have a very hard decision to make. But thank you all so much, and we will see you all back in a few minutes. Now we are going to move on to the next section of the day. A little bit of a surprise. For our E's. So if you are sitting at a table right now that has a white tablecloth, we ask, and I know it might be a little bit tight, but we are going to invite the E's in for a special ceremony of sorts. So, but before we do that, I'll tell you what we're doing. So we want to invite them in here in a minute. Well, I guess I was going to surprise them, but they can hear me talking right now out there in the lobby. Well, they already heard me give this speech yesterday. So I'm really big about gratitude and being grateful for experiences and things like that. And I know you all have so much gratitude and you're so proud of your E's, your students. And so I do this every year with our staff, and we actually did it last night where I have our staff stand up here and the E's give them gratitude and just show them with their cheers how grateful they are for our staff and how much they took care of them. So I want to do that right now for our E's. So if you all we'll move from the white tablecloths, because that's where the E's will be sitting, and then we'll kind of do a transition here in a second and bring them in and show them so much love. of GSE to date. So I'm really proud of you all. I can't tell you enough. I know I keep saying it in the group me and keep telling you I mean it. Today, you rocked it out. And I know everyone in this room is so, so proud of you. So now we're going to, while the judges deliberate, your TLs will be giving you your certificates for GSE. This is something new that we're doing this year, so we're really excited. What will happen is you'll be called up by team and then TL, and so your TL will be here, read off your name, you'll come get your certificate. You'll actually come up over here, come get your certificate from them, and then take a picture with Mike and JD down here in your certificate. So we're gonna run through that now. Oh yes, we should do that. You're like, who are Mike and JD? So I can introduce them right now, yeah. So our instructional coaches who were behind the scenes of all the magic that you saw today, we have Mike Halloran, who's a business professor at Xavier University. And then next to Mike, we have JD Adina, who is a recent graduate of University of Kentucky Entrepreneurship Program, correct, JD? All right, perfect. So thank you all so much. Yeah, down there? Yep, sounds good. So I can go over the logistics of how this is going to work, but you'll be called up by team, and then you'll come up on this side. So our E's will come up on this side, then take a pic over there. Sound good? Awesome. Thanks, y'all. I'll turn it over. Yeah. Turn it over to our first team leader, Andrew.
All right. You guys are probably sick of me. I probably just made you guys wake up every 2 seconds I got on stage. But yeah, I'm a team leader. I've absolutely loved being here and loved working with my teams. They did such a good job today. And so yeah, I can't wait to introduce. So we're going to start off Jordan's team. If you guys want to go around over there. And so first is Jordan Herzette. Logan Lucas. Grace Yates. Ainsley Buchanan. Ben Weberhortz. All right, Lucy's team, you guys are next. Now give them a round of applause, come on. We're graduating GSE. All right, Lucy Zala. Koei Chang. Kason Littlejohn. Owen Gadilock. Alexander Zapawa. I got some music now. Oh, it's getting good. All right, Keaton's group, where are you? There you are. Get over here. Give me a round of applause. Come on. All right, first up, Keaton Carr. Cassidy Evans. Howard Al-Garawi. Hannah Pittman. my last group, get up here. Where are you? Mary Ann's group. Give a round of applause, come on. Some good music right here. I didn't say your name, Mary Ann. Get down there. Mary Ann, Spiritualano. Lillian McGann. All right, now you can come on stage. Blake Spalding. Alex Toth. All right, last one. Alex Menning.
Hello, everyone. I'm Devin Bowling, and I've had the opportunity to be a TL for the first session at GSE. I just have to say the future is bright with these E's, and I think they all deserve a round of applause for making such great entrepreneurial endeavors. I oversaw 4 teams with Salus, Fireside, Safe Savings, and Convo. So we'll first get up Fireside up here. So let's go. And first, introducing Kylie Kramer. Lily Hibbs. Carolina Johnson. Braylon Breeze. And Ryan Toole. Next group I'm going to be presenting is Convo. Connor Eads. Taylor Searcy. William Roepner. Xander Alsip. And Asia Leach. Next we'll be having Salus. First up, Luke Storer. Kylie Batts. Grant Harper. Maddie Claire Wheeler. And Shratika Shuva Kamar. And last but certainly not least, Safe Savings. First up, Kate Burton. Harper Keaton. Reese Lynn. Thomas Wan. And Angus Thompson. Now I'll be throwing it over to an amazing TL, Julia.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Julia Metters. I'm another TL. So I just want to say I might have been a little hard on some of my teams. I made them work hard all 3 weeks, and they rose to the occasion. So I want you guys to be so proud of yourselves, and all the teams here to be proud of yourselves. We put you through a lot, but you guys did so great. So my first team up is going to be Mayday. All right, first I'm going to introduce Katie Qualls. All right, next up, Linda Tron. All right, Houston Porter. Keegan Miller. And Evan Wheatley. All right, next up, I'm going to have Willow. All right, first, Lola Norman. Houston St. John. Roman St. Clair. Aaron DeMissy. And Anna McDowell. With Willow. All right, next up, I'm going to have AR Breathe. Okay, first up, Jackson Broker. Ella Terry. Tanvi Rachet. Teshwin Gauntlet. And Youngwoo Kim. And last but not least, can I have Kits for Kids? All right, first can I have Christina Northworthy? Freddie Caldwell. Claire Nicholas. I think up next is going to be Will. It's going to be Shab.
Hi everyone, my name is Shab Trisanova, and I've had the privilege of being the team leader of an incredibly intelligent and resourceful group of students. So up first we have the team Jord. AJ Stewart. Isaiah White. Jewel Dixon. Moana Yandel. Up next, we have Drive Safe. Jay Patel. Onette Irakiza. Matthew Burns. Pranjal Golan. Tanner Martin. Up next, we have A Step Ahead. First, we got Mon Alshijagli. Cora McConnell. Neil Kutcher. Ansley Stobach. And Andrew Farmer. Last but not least, we got Protect Ed. First up, we have Ben Bucher. Sargon Coward. Brooke Evans. Denton. And Carson Powell. Thank you. Up next, we have Will and Zach.
Hello, my name is Will Burrows, and I've been fortunate enough for these past 3 weeks, along with Zach here, to be a TL to a great group of intelligent, productive, thoughtful E's who I know over time are going to develop solutions that change the world, and I think the next billionaires are sitting in this room, and I can't wait to see what y'all develop. Thank y'all. So, for our first team, we're going to have Comeback Health. Could we please have Isabella Hill? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Could we please have Emily Adams? Could we please have Severe Jane? Could we please have Viksha Kata? Could we please have Josh Lan? For our next team, we have Metatom. Could we please have Michaela Aikman? Could we please have Joshua Tunn? Could we please have Riddhi Hinmecha? Could we please have Abby Pritchard? Could we please have Ayushi Yadav?
We get Nathaniel Moore's team. Nate, come on up. Xavier Thomas. Amelia Lim. Catherine Carlton. And Ezra Souter. And now coming up, Mind. Emma White. Dylan Todd. Daniel Ratley. Samuel Clark. And Audrey Keefe. Thank you for all of our teams.
Amazing. We've made you wait long enough. Thank you so much for your patience. So right now we are waiting. So we have actually a special surprise for you. You thought there was only first, second, and third, but actually we have another award that we would like to, Hannah actually is gonna come up and present right now. So we have you guys might remember the Reconstruct Challenge that you all did? Yes, maybe. It was a long time ago, like first week. So those folks at Render have gifted us, there's a grant and award for this particular team. So I'm gonna hand it over to Hannah right now, and she's got the answer for that one.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Hannah Allen, and I have the honor and privilege of being the program manager here at GSE. And I'm going to tell you all a little bit about the Reconstruct Challenge that your students participated in. The Reconstruct Challenge is a prize competition based in Louisville, Kentucky that finds and funds innovations that are working to solve some of the community's biggest challenges and create lasting positive impact. To date, the Reconstruct Challenge has funded 11 innovations working to address the affordable housing crisis and barriers to employment. This summer, the Reconstruct Challenge is receiving applications for innovations addressing food insecurity, maternal health, and transportation. To learn more, visit www.reconstructchallenge.com. The Reconstruct Challenge is built on the belief that innovation has the power to solve some of our biggest challenges and have a positive impact on our communities. The team awarded the Reconstruct Challenge Award has demonstrated their ability to apply entrepreneurship with a positive impact on the world around them. This team has created an innovation with a social entrepreneurship lens that demonstrates feasibility, scalability, endurance, and impact. We are excited to give the Reconstruct Challenge Award this year to Sprout Space.
So let's give one more big round of applause for our judges who had a really hard decision to make today. Right over here. And like I said, we've made you wait long enough. I don't have to hide this paper. Hold on. I don't want anybody seeing through it. Okay, so drum roll please for our third place winner. fabulous. They probably won't. Willow. Congratulations! Congratulations, Willow. Awesome, perfect. We'll stay up here and then we'll announce the last one. So, okay, the biggest drum roll that you can muster, and the 2023 Session 1 GSE first place winners, Fireside. Congrats! Right. Okay, awesome. So we are actually going to get an all group pick, but if you want to stand on the floor in front, just because we got so many E's, we'll stand down here, and then so you all be in front. So everybody here, just trail here, and the rest of everybody else, come up on stage. Yeah. Yes. And now here's a big surprise.